That's great brother, make it honor, make it love, do we all do we all love you all. God, I'm happy at the rhythm is sweet. And to the crazy cool. God, I'm happy at the rhythm is sweet. And to the crazy cool. I don't want no lunch, all I want is potato chips. Potato chips, out of my mouth, that's potato chips. Oh, drip, drip, crunch, crunch. I don't want no lunch, all I want is potato chips. Hey, crunchy, crunchy, potato chips. Crunch, crunchy, crunchy. A crunch, crunch, crunch. I don't want no lunch, all I want is potato chips. Potato chips. Oh, those potato chips. Potato, potato, a chip, chip. Oh, crunch, crunch. Don't want no lunch, all I want is potato chips. All I want is potato chips. Potato chips, chips. Chip, chip, chip. All I want is potato chips. Potato chips, chips. Chip, chip, chip. Potato Good evening, it's Cryptameria. Good to see you. And I just was going to open up the stream. I'll post the invite. I don't really have a topic. I might just pull up some of my old blogs. God knows why I would want to do that. Let's do an art project instead. I have an art project tonight. And also, I do have tarot decks out. I don't know if people want to come on the panel for tarot, great. I have more decks. I try and only use like one deck per person per night, but this is why I have this art project tonight, because I am actually going to make sort of my own oracle deck or tarot deck. We'll see what I come up with, because it seems like really flimsy paper for, even though like there's this a hell of a lot of acrylic paint on there. So I have old art project, which, I mean, it's not bad. I never felt it was finished, and I've hated it since university. And then I have all these stickers. So what I'm going to do is put the stickers on the other side. I know this is like a really exciting thing, so if you want to come on panel and talk about something else, you are more than welcome to. Here is the invite. There are some people who probably will not be allowed on panel, and We all understand why. That's okay. It's probably for the best. Hey, if they want to come up and defend themselves, or I just don't even really want to get into it. I find it gross. So. You disgust me. Yeah, see, this is going to be a really interesting deck. Because I got a whole bunch of different sets, too. So ooh, that one has to go over there. No, some are going on other places. Because I was hoping to do sell them at craft fairs and stuff or online, but if we're going into 2020 2.0, we won't have craft fairs and people will just order it themselves online. So I am going to get together, divide some up. This is not this deck, but I have all these other decks, so I might just do some as divide them in half, use half for my projects and use half for Halloween. Instead of giving kids candy, give them stickers. And I mean, I wouldn't say they're great. Obviously. And you just fell right off. But they seem to last. They seem to last a while. You can tell, it's almost the more I put on, the more protective my phone is. So basically, all I was gonna do is, hello, Timber. Good to see you. Hope you and the girls are swinging, 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 swinging. Yeah, I'm just doing a little art project. I think I gave you some stickers too, didn't I? Yeah, I hope I did. It's just a sign of respect for a good boss, So let's just start. I'm not going to do anything special right away with this. I'm just trying to get them sort of even, and if I was really professional, I'd be yay, good. Some of them are hard to get off. Sorry, I'm so blind. Really? It's stickers. This isn't. There we go. Did you hear, Timber, that Netflix is not going to show Sound of Freedom? Surprise, surprise. Okay. We will. What's that? Maybe I'll just move down and move around. Oh wow, love and prayers. Yeah, that is good news. That is totally good news. Love and Precious Timber. Like, I know. Yeah, I know. Well, Netflix had a little issue with me, and I got a week ban for that. And I think I'm actually, one of my is off copyright strike. I don't know. I still have to write the person. Oh, God, I'll do that after my stream tonight. So if people want to come on. Okay. I'm not even sure. Tonight we're on stickers. Stickers are fun, aren't they? I'm sure that's like a really deep. I almost know who that is. And we're going with stickers tonight. Yay! See, actually, like, the more, like, once the stickers are on the paper, it actually fills it in. I'm keeping them fairly level. I mean, I've done enough. Oh, God. Dude. Well, don't do that. Stop. Dude. Okay, good. Dude, at least you're still walking. Like, oh my God, stop breaking yourself. Oh, that one's a nice one. I'm not showing you right away. Some of these are like weird. Like I don't know. It's like some of the shit's on Target. Like, why would they make that? Yeah, I know. Like, fuck, man. Like, you were so down. Well, I just like turned around and it was because I heard this crack and it's like, what the fuck, man? I don't even know if I was in the room with you. Oh God, it was all those lacquer fumes. Sorry. Bad employee. I'm sorry, Timber. Like, it's such a blur. Just, there was so much lacquer fumes. But we got her through. Oh, I got room for one more. Oh, it's perfect. Why would I care? Sorry. Oh, perfect. One row done. This is actually going to be really cool when I finish. I almost want to like split that one off so I don't destroy it. But at least I'll have like frame of reference. Because I want to kind of do it sort of like these cards, like angel cards. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but they're really fun. Yeah, I posted the link, didn't I? Oh, I don't have to switch out. Sorry. No more music. Bye-bye music. Maybe we'll find more music. Or if people come on. if people don't come on, I'll just have more music. Gratitude. I like that one. That one's a cute one. Hello, Canada. That one's a cute one. Okay, so this is like, yeah, I don't even want to deal with that. I know who that is. Yeah, like, yeah, this is brutal. Like, hi, Canada. Okay, whatever. I'm not even showing your comments, Law of Faith. I know who you are. Like, I literally, like, we all have sock accounts. And tonight I have stickers. Yay. Stickers are good. Yeah, I love, yeah. Well, this deck, I, it's not my original deck. I lost that in a move, but my first deck I got when they came out originally, and I think I was like 9 years old. And they're like a cute deck for kids because it's like little messages like kindness, you know? No, there is no understanding you. We're going back to stickers. And music. Okay, yeah, I was gonna actually do one little thing first, which is post the link to, where is it? There. Now it's pinned. So if you want to jump on, otherwise I'm just gonna keep talking about stickers and being silly with stuff and reading the side chat. And if people have, you know, a wrench and you have news articles you're working on, or, you know, music that's actual music, no pun intended, um, you know, or projects you're working on, there are a few things, a few I could pull up from. Oh, I didn't, yeah, I did finish that one. Do, oh well. I have way more links. I'm trying to get ahead just because when I'm back at the nursery, it's going to be really kind of hard to spend as much time online, but it's going to be so much fun. Like seeing the baby trees from the summer, you know. Okay, I have no idea what that means. Yeah, that's just weird. Sorry, I'm gonna be back. I think I need my, like, if you're gonna be here, I need a second before I deal with this.
Okay, that's just creepy. Oh, why would you do this? Why would you do this? But that's okay. That's okay. What's that expression? It's just too bad you weren't in the same room because, the Bible is really accurate when it's thrown at close range. Okay, that's just weird. You're like this close to timeout. I'm just letting it go because obviously it's safer you're in my chat than roaming around on the streets terrorizing other people. And I'm just going to keep going with my stickers because, like, this is just step one of it. Which way does this go? That way. Let's go. And I have a patch like this one. It's I want to get more of a tactical bag, and then you can like stick the Velcro patches onto it. They're really cool. So some of this row is going to be off center, but some of these stickers are a little bigger. It's kind of a mix of all of them, like cute ones, weird ones. Let's just try and keep them even. After okay, yeah, there you go. You can sit on. Well, okay. First off, after that comment, I don't think I'm going to be sleeping. And secondly, maybe you can just. You're the one who needs to sit and think about things. Let's just like. Yeah, I don't even want to deal with that. Just like, yeah, I think I know who it is, and it just was getting weird. It was like, no, no, we're done. No, no, I can tell almost who it was by the way they were writing. Just if we're on neutral territory, like Rojo's, fine. But I've been staying off your chat. From what I assumed, you were happily you were happy. Let's just leave it at that. I don't even, you know, oh, this is turning out so cool. And actually, I have more stuff. I forgot I have more stuff. I actually have more stuff that maybe I'll put the other stuff on the other side, or I have a whole pile of other stuff. Oh, here we go. Perfect. You disgust me. Yeah, see, this isn't gonna be your traditional tarot card deck. Like, yeah, it's more like rune cards or an oracle. This one's gonna, you know. I'm gonna put that one down there, just because it's like so much smaller, and this one is so much bigger. I have no idea even what that comment means. Sorry, you're having wet dreams about me. That sounds like a personal problem. Oh, I'm really liking how this is turning out. It's actually turning out perfect. Yay. Okay. Actually, I want to put this one on my computer. Let's just stick you right there. Yay. I won't say what it was. It's, you know. It's funny how they're even lining up. This would actually be a cool way to do a tarot reading or a form of divination, just random stickers. And then you read them out to people. But I would need such a bigger variety. And also they tend to stick together. So I think it's better to, once I get some acrylic medium, like once I do this, I'm gonna acrylic medium them or just even use tape, which is why I've kind of kept them in the rows. So that way it can. Yeah, I guess I'm not sleeping tonight after that comment. Oh, I like this. I'm gonna put. This one. I'm actually gonna put on the back. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Oh, damn it. Let's just go to the other side. There we go. And in the future, I will shut off my camera before I put any more stickers on the back that I want to keep and not make into a card. I don't even want to deal with you. Sorry, I'm playing with stickers. Oh, that one's going to be so cool. Okay, I know I haven't pulled some up, but it's like recycled artwork. But the one with the skull, that's like a perfect thing. And maybe like I'm going to fill them in before I actually like do the final coat. I think that would be really cool. No, there's space up here for that one. There. No, come on. There we go. Happy computer. Yeah, I gonna have more space for more stickers than I thought. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. There we go. This is very similar to tile work, but if people want tarot readings, this one won't be fully baked for a while. But I have other decks. That one's cool. I like this sticker. I think I might save that one. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to put you beside you. Just so I can kind of keep them balanced, even though they're totally getting unbalanced. Just throw you down there. Wow. And we need more stickers. Okay, so what should we go with? Okay. Now, see, I have these iridescent ones, but I'm saving them. Okay, I don't even care what you were trying to. We got wolves. Let's see with the wolves. Let's throw some wolves in here. Okay. How do I decide what to keep and what to use? Um, ooh, that one. That one goes over there too. Okay. Eeny meeny? Okay, I just don't even care. I'm just killing time until people come on panel. Like, here's the invite. Let's just put it up there again. I'm just having fun, like, with the stickers, and obviously I need to adjust that because it's a good thing I was wearing fancy underwear. Bad girl. Bad girl. Okay. Oh, it's just so hard to decide. I love them all, but let's just do this. Like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Because I could do like a whole wolf tarot off of this. And that would actually be a pretty cool tarot deck to do. Okay, that is a wolf. I was like, what the fuck is that? I thought it was a whale at first. That one goes up there. And that one. Sorry, semi. Okay. Now that one is like, that one definitely goes on that one. I think this one can go on that one. Do that one. Like some of them I will include on this deck. I know it seems like a weird project to do. Ooh, I like that one. And you. And you. Okay. Here we go. Ooh, one more. I just need one more for that row. It's just like sticker bingo. Yeah. Okay. Huh. I don't know. I'm not even really sure who you are. I have a feeling who you are. I'm just not sure. I'm just doing this tonight, and because it's actually something I've been thinking about for a while to do. And it's like this isn't going to actually even be done overnight. I need a smaller one. Here we go. You're a perfect one. Okay. So now we got like a whole other row. Like yeah. Like, well, it's gonna be like an oracle deck, but it's such a mix of different sticker types, but it's all from a certain time. This one is more the like Viking ones and stuff, so I want to separate these ones more. And then I have kind of a like a little Halloweeny one. Might actually pull a few more of these ones out. Uh, yeah, that one. Oh, that one's a good one. Yeah. There we go. I'm just picking random ones, and I'll pick a few more. Out of this one. That one goes up there. Uh, I know that, but I just don't want to deal with you tonight. There's a difference. Okay. Oh, you're sticking together. Okay, you are on the board now. Yeah, so if they kind of stick together, I try to use them up right away, just because I don't want them to get old and dusty. I also want to like throw this one in just because it's boring. It is boring to me. I really like these Viking ones. Ooh, the potential for the ruins with this deck, or for a deck like this. Um, that one's like for my computer. Ooh, ooh. Let's choose that one. Even though that one's a gorgeous one. That one and that one. And then also I have one more deck of I still have my Navy cards, but I kind of want to give them to the Legion Hall. So if people are visiting, they can give them out. These ones are all like kind of almost like Victorian, like steampunky ones. So this is, I think I got enough wolves in there. And skeletons and everything else. Because I only realistically have a couple of rows left, which I think this last row will be the skeleton ones. Because once I get these on here, it's like this isn't finished. Um, okay, let's see where this one gets me. There we go. See, I'm not entirely sure who you are. Like, there's several people you could be who are wanting to troll me, so I just find it weird. Like, weird. That is, I mean, I know it's weird me doing sticker art, but it will become something. And if I'm getting stalked, it's a good cathartic activity to keep my mind off being creeped out. Okay, well, you probably have like, you know, multiple personality, or what is that term? Hmm. Oh, well, it's probably not important. Oh, this is turning out so cool. I'm loving this. This is going to end up so cool. Because, yeah, definitely before I either do the final lacquer and tape it, I'm going to draw around it and hopefully not destroy it in the process, because you're drawing it and I don't want to like rub off. Oh, that one. Where can I stick you? Here. Or space. There. Okay. Okay. That's, yeah, if I don't, I'm not, I hate to say it, but if it's like a little late, ain't it? Sorry. Oh, just barely. Just barely. But when I do finish this, these are going to be actually like so solid, they will probably outlast all of us. Okay. Last actually, ooh, ooh, no, stick to the rows, stick to the rows, stay in your lane, Crypta. Otherwise, it'll fuck the whole thing up, and it'll be really hard to cut out at the end, especially once it is like fully lacquered. I'm just, but why me? I mean, there are so many other people on social media you can have fun with. Why me? Oh, two more. Two more. Oh, I'm almost running out of room. There we go. One more. Yeah. Damn it. Okay. Um, I am gonna use this one, but I'm not taking down your phone number. Nope. I know. Yeah, he's straight. Stop flirting with my friend. You know? Yeah, I don't think you're his type, hey? Thank you. And there we go. So here is the start of it. And it actually looks cool. It actually looks like almost like a military badge, sort of. What is your, what, like, no, I mean, you have all number of people who you control. You have your options. And I just think, yeah, thank you. I was just about to do that. Yeah, I was just about to do that. Thank you. Feel free. Don't ban them. Just keep timing them out. They'll get the hint. So these are the stickers. I have a whole pile of little stickers I'm saving for my computer and other things. You know. And then I still have whole piles. I love these iridescent ones. And these ones seem to hold up better than the other ones. Um, and I haven't tested the skeleton ones. They seem to actually be more of a heavier duty quality. And I think I'm excited about this. What I'm gonna do actually is I'm actually gonna have to break this off into strips because this is like way too big for me to draw on. But if I break it off into two small pieces, like I've done so much detail work. I just do not want to sit there with a little pencil, and I don't think anyone else wants to see that either. But what I might do is grab another piece of artwork and another deck of stickers. This time, one without any markings. It's just trying to find ones that match, and I really do want to divide all these up. So at least I'm saving some for, like I said, Halloween parties, whatever. And these ones, I just love these iridescent ones. Like they're just like little magic, like I'm so silly that way. They're, I don't know, they're like little fairy stickers, and some of them are like, they are like little That one's like a little lotus. I like that one. That one can go in the pile too. I just think it would be cool to have like an interesting oracle deck on more of a contemporary theme. Like I have this one, the Octopus's Tarot, which is actually sort of what I was thinking when I was doing this, and also the Voyager Tarot. I have that deck. I don't know if I want to play with that. I got it from my dad. I don't know. But yeah, the Octopus's Tarot is sort of a good inspiration. I think I'm going to put something on for a minute. The Magician. Four of Wands. Yeah. Get back in the deck. But these are great, but it's getting something that means, you know, like I almost want to use some of these and develop them together. Just, you know, just so it has meaning for me, so I can remember what it is. And tarot is like, I consider it entertainment. Yes, you can get something from it, but it's more a way of you to, let's get rid of that. There we go. Just calm your mind and think about other things. Queen of Cups, Hanged Man, Six of Wands. Oh, that is Hierophant and Wheel of Fortune, I think. This one is the Law of Attraction deck. It's pretty and shiny. I'm still kind of getting to know it. I'm not really. It's a beautiful deck. I'm just not connecting with it. I think you need to spend more time with them. Steampunk deck. This one actually, I really like. I've seen it on a few channels. And we have the Empress. I like that. Ten of Wands. One more. Ace of Pentacles. So even though it's reversed, it's not a bad sign. It just means delays. I'm going to put on my animation for a moment. And I will be right back. There we go. Back to raccoons. Yay, raccoons.
And here's what makes it really marvelous.
That's one thing no man should ever forget.
And I'm back. So I found some. This one I never really finished, but it is perfect paper for cards. So, and then I'm going to lay on the stickers, and then I can always finish over the front and also around the stickers like I'm going to do with the one I just did, except this front is already basically finished enough. I feel confident about cutting it up, whereas this one, I want to incorporate the front as part of have like two-dimensional tarot cards. So what one fits with this? I don't know. If like the Victorian, I think I'd rather do a black and white one for the Victorian one. That way I can fill it in with the details with little pops of color. It almost fit with the wolves, but I have a better one for the wolves. I think I'm gonna do the Vikings. Let me go in that one. So, I mean, these are good neutral ones. And then I can turn them into like more of like a rune deck or... Ooh, no, let's do the skeleton deck. What am I thinking? Yeah, let's do the skeleton deck on this one. Because this is like a perfect one for like a Mardi Gras theme. And yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Ooh. That one would be a good one for like the lover's card. Come on. There. And I'm even leaving on the barcode. There we go. It's amazing I even have this much artwork. And we have like that one. I almost think that would be like a good one for like the King of Wands. If I decide to do it that way, I might just come up with certain words for certain things, like, so yeah, see, it's black and white, but if I fill it in with colors, you know, and if I do the Sharpies in the, you know, color in the lines, I think this is going to be a cool idea. And I got to push that up a little, just that little bit. Every time I get up, it keeps getting lower and lower. This will be a cool, like, New Orleans one. And I would do them bigger, you know, like, you know, actual playing card size, but I kind of like, you know, I kind of like it compact, so it's easier to travel with. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, that one's better. There we go. And on to the next row. Hopefully, you know, and if there's leftover stickers, they can go somewhere else. People are welcome to come on panel, or... Okay, what about this one? Whatever happens, happens. That one would be a good one for Wheel of Fortune. Let's just try and line that up. Beautiful. This one is going to be a lot easier than this one just because it's on thicker paper, but it's also going to be a lot more ink, a lot more time. Whereas this one, I just have to do one side and it's done. Whereas this is still two sides to get done. And, it depends how much ink leaks in through the other side. This is going to be an interesting series. I kind of like this. Oh. I'm gonna once I get these out, I'll figure out what. For right now, it's just fun doing this. Because if they're solid enough, they're going to be like little runestones. So they're going to be easier to travel with. And they'll be solid. So if they're handled a lot, they'll last a lot longer. I might need another piece of paper, but I'll figure it out. I have so much. I just want to start incorporating things. This is fun. People might think this is boring, but I don't care. I'm having so much fun. And I could pull up some more articles from my blog. I didn't get through everything yesterday. This is going to be a cool one. And I know probably everyone's on other streams. I really don't care. I will post the invite again. And I'm going to pull up my blog in a moment. Because there was a few articles I don't think I really went through. Sort of did. Is that it? No, that was it. There we go. There you go.
The mysterious, the unexplainable. That is why you are here. And now, for the first time, we are bringing to you the full story of what happened on that fateful day. The incident, the places. My friend, we cannot keep this a secret any longer. Can your heart stand the shocking fact about grave robbers from outer space? That shocking fact about grave robbers from outer space.
And one more. Just so I know where the last two rows are going to go. See what fits on. Sounds cute. Oh shit, I died. Wow, this was interesting. Joyful participation in swirls of the world. That'll be an interesting card. I'm not sure which one I will, how I'll develop this set. But I think this is like a good directed project. Oh, I think I might just be able to get everything on here. This is pretty cool. Like I could almost just stick to the major arcana for all of these. Oh, I just have enough stickers for this whole board. This is so exciting. Yeah. And somehow one of the Viking ones ended up, but it's a perfect size for this little corner. Oh my god, this fits so perfectly. I'm gonna do the rest of them. I'm so excited about this. I know it seems like the dumbest live stream ever. There we go. Next word. And this one's nice and thick. Like this one's going to take a while to kind of build up. But this one, it's already nice and solid. They're going to make nice little cards. And so we got two themes going. I just think, like, it's nice buying someone else's deck, but if you can develop something of your own, you're not just, learning about it's also the process of developing the cards. You learn about yourself, like just through research about the cards or, meditating on the image and decide, really connecting with, what you want to. These ones are going to be cool. I'm just going to need to build this one up so much more. But I got all the series together. And everything's been fitting so well so far. Even that Viking one that snuck in there. Vikings always sneak in. So, which one's next? I guess we have wolves. We have the Victorian. And then we have the Vikings and the Sun, Moon, Stars ones. I thought I had more, but oh yeah, I give one to you, and I think I used another one on my old bike. Yep, that's what I did. So I'm gonna take a minute. I need to find another piece of paper. I am so excited about how this is going. It's not going to be perfect. I'm not looking for perfect. Rum is live, but I don't know if I want to stream him right now. I'll at least hit the like. There you go. I'm hitting the like. I'm hitting the like, Rum. And then I'm turning you down because there's probably going to be a lot of swearing. I'll be back in a moment after a cigarette. Or like a drag of one.
suddenly became very conscious of it.
Yeah, once it's like more winter, no no worries. I know the feeling. So for the next one, these are going to be the backgrounds. So what I'm going to do is divide up the kind of Victorian deck, or what will be a deck, into two parts. One smaller ones. So I'm going to pick out all the smaller cards, and then one of the big ones. That was like location 3 of each. But I really don't mind cutting it up for another to repurpose it, or this one, because this was just sort of like beach grass or something. So, smaller ones. These ones are all kind of tiny. I think just go by color, baby. Ooh, that's going on there. Some of them are lighter, some of them are darker. Maybe I'll do it like that. Lighter ones, darker ones. This one's going to be a cool deck. I'll throw that one in there. That one. And keep up there. Some of these are weird. Like, that's a really weird. That's not like steampunk. That is just like a whole lot of things that can go in the pile. Okay, these last ones are tiny. These are perfect for what I was thinking of. I think I can only get like 3 rows onto this small one. But that's okay, because I kind of want to do it, little rounder cards more, like, so I have like a main deck and an oracle deck with it. And this main row seems to be bigger, so let's just keep the wider ones to there. And I still have more stickers, so we can keep filling them in. Oh, you go over. Sorry, this is like stupidly fun. Okay, let's just do that one on the side. That way I have space. Okay, I still have room for more. And these ones are going to need to really get tacked down more. But I haven't really pressed them. Sorry, folks, if this is boring. I'll pull up. Good loads. Which one? This one. These ones aren't sticking as well as the other ones, but I haven't really pressed them down well. Let's see what I can find. Okay, that was not what I wanted. Give me a second, I'll find something. Oh, shit. Okay, this is interesting. I didn't plan on this.
The US said
Hopefully you don't get a strike.
Hurricane Idalia. Residents on the coast have been ordered to leave. Millions across the state are getting ready ahead of the storm, and it's already caused widespread damage in Cuba, where at least 2 people have died. Alan Fisher begins our coverage.
Okay, not really.
The size of Idalia becomes very clear from space. 28
Yeah, we
counties
knew
in
this was
Florida
going
have
to be
issued
that
evacuation orders for their coastal cities. That's millions of
Living
people
first to
impacted.
everyone in Florida.
People
Like,
are out to find higher ground.
it's like both sides
before
of the
the hurricane
coast are
hits.
getting hit.
I tell them to leave. I'm firm on that. That's what the county said, that's what the state said, and that's what my director said. Leave. So I am not to deviate from that. Because we want you to be alive.
They're boarding up, filling up, and packing up. Stores have been cleared of essential supplies. At this hospital in Tampa, crews are building a 3-meter aqua wall to protect from storm surge and flooding. But for
Damn.
many others, sandbags will be the last line of defense.
I'm feeling fine right now. Obviously, we're on the bad side of it. But worst case is flooding right now. Hopefully not too much wind damage.
The only tip I would say is with so many more people moving into Florida, if you're planning to get away, you start ahead of time because the traffic It's no kidding. It's horrible.
This is going to be a major hurricane, likely a Category 3, and where it's scheduled to hit along this Big Bend, and we've not really had a hurricane strike.
Yeah, that's going to be bad. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you. Thank you, Timber. So I got another one. So the Oracle set. And now I'm going to do the main set. And it should.
They say the
Just
people that live on the coast here in Newport Richey are going to have storm surge, possibly over 4 feet.
Good grief. Well,
So there is actually mandatory evacuations in my county for Zone A, but I'm not in Zone A. I'm about 15 minutes from the beach. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to hop off,
okay.
and we'll be back.
I'll find something else.
Anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours from now. So anytime
Okay.
between
We can check back. Just if people are, a lot of people are checking out the storm. Let's see what's up. Just morbid curiosity. Let's see. Are they still alive? Nope, they're done. Probably for the best. That was so cringe. Some of it's so cringe. Just like dirty. Yeah, let's see. Just gonna mute myself for a minute so I'm not. There we go. See, I don't know if it'll load. Seems like it's.
Yo, what up? It's Donut, and you tuning in to all your Illuminati news. We got an amazing show today, something strange, and plan
There
for
we go.
September
See, I don't
21st.
know if
Maybe
it'll
not.
load.
I'm not sure. Maybe we got. Look at this line of guests.
Seems like it's.
Yo, what up? It's Donut, and
Shoot,
you tuning
shoot,
in
shoot.
to
There we go.
Anya Saru and your boy Donut.
Go blonde.
And we about to dive deep We've
They're
been
so
talking about
distracted by
the
shiny
blue
things.
lights, the blue purple lights doing optogenetics, mind controlling the populace on a cellular level. Blue Hawaii, great information that everybody here on this podcast has been bringing. Now, we've been talking about the blue roots and Oprah's blue roots, and all the remains in Hawaii are still blue. And somebody pointed out that the Rothschild Mansion has also got a blue roof, so they'll be protected from any crazy things about to go down. And Mark Safe from the craziness going down, the blue there as well. And I got Ani up on here because the color spectrum, something I think is going on, and I'd like to get his take on this, is that the beginning of the year was all red. We saw, right? We got the Sam Smith concert where he was like the devil, and Doja Cat and Cardi B, and now it's going into blue. And even on like Rihanna's page, she's wearing blue, throwing out the red gear. Cardi B, Doja Cat. And Ani, can you explain this a little bit for us right off the bat? Because I think that we're going through a transition or something, the splitting in the middle.
Sure, yeah. So I call it chromomancy. It's like color magic, and we talk about this often on
Hey, I can't
on
fault
YouTube
them. I mean, I'm
about
kind of doing that
how
today.
colors are very much featured in the communication with spirits. So how they connect to the mind control. There's a book called
obviously
Rising.
I'm not into the
Robert
occult,
Anton
but
Wilson wrote it.
something else is going on.
Mind
It's
control
really kind of
is
disturbing.
really based on how they can use waveform mechanics on a quantum physics level to control people's minds. For instance, every color has tetrahertz. We just figured out that blue has the 666 tetrahertz. Everybody is on par with that now that we see the over bombardment of blue in everything that's happening. By the way, I just figured out that the rapper
This is
Blueface
interesting. Thank you for sharing
recently
this,
just fought
Timber.
Floyd Mayweather, connection with weather. But he fought Mayweather in a boxing match.
That
And I
was too
thought that
close,
was kind of
but that's
odd
okay.
because I never
will
knew
make
that
it work.
Blueface fights or does anything, but I know they do onomatology. They line up names that have etymological roots and they connect it to the ritual. So you have Blueface referring to when the $100 bill started to become blue just recently within the
Some of this
last
is just so
5
out there.
years,
It's hard
5
to
to
like.
10 years. And he
I'm
is
sorry, I love
married,
you,
or I
some
don't know
of
if he's
this is
married,
just
but
so
his
out there, and then
significant
others-
other is this other girl called
it's like, well, that
Krishan
turned out to
Rock.
be true.
And
Who knew the
Christ is
frogs
called
were
The
gay?
Rock. And I've been connecting how Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, grew up in Hawaii. And I showed people the connection to the Kamehameha of Hawaii. King Kamehameha actually was the first king of Hawaii. And the most famous anime attack that some of my generation may know is called the Kamehameha, which is a blue ray. And when you're looking into color physics, starting at the base red, that initiates you into the spiritual aspect. Malkuth starts at red. Infrared is the lowest frequency of waveforms. Blue starts the formulating of the frequencies. So blue is tangent to the formulation of bringing all of the frequencies together. So just to make that short, I think they're using the blue to formulate whatever ritual or spell they're about to cast, and it's connected astrological as well to some Vedic things that we have to look at.
Right. Yeah, and we did a fabulous podcast with Ani where he goes into the Vedic astrology with all this blue, which will be released here on the page shortly, so make sure you hit that subscribe button. And I got everybody's links down below. Make sure to go subscribe to everybody. And Blueface was also recently stabbed as well in the news. So we got all this blue in the news. Blue Hawaii, the blue beetle,
the blue steel.
Yeah,
Blue steel.
Okay.
Tell us about it, Jacob.
This was something that
Who knows?
I saw Marf on Marfugal News and TV. He's awesome. He put something out on Twitter, and he said Trump went with the blue steel, huh? And like I didn't
This is
put
just
the two
weird.
and two together at first.
It just
I
seems
thought
so out there.
That's a
I'm
weird
sorry,
thing. But then I saw other people picking up on it, and then I looked into it, and I said, "Oh, this is Zoolander." Now this is strange. I sent you a picture, by the way, if you can find it, where he actually appears in the film. It's crazy. In the opening of the film, he appears in Zoolander at 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Someone sent that to me after I did my show, which was, I just find that so interesting. It's almost like everything's coded. But yeah, so Mark puts this out.
A lot of this is,
and
isn't it?
I immediately thought to myself, well, there's probably more to it. And I thought about, how we have this paradigm of this red and blue,
like it
Republican
could be
and Democrat,
just,
and it's like vote for the blue. And then here you got him given the blue steel, like the blue is going to steal something, like STEAL. And I find that pretty, I think it's interesting. I mean, I think everything's coded. I think God does all this for a reason. And so when I was looking into this, I'm like, I bet you Trump's in Zoolander. And he was very connected to it. He was actually big news too. The movie starts off and he gives the blue steel look, and then it cuts to a picture of the Statue of Liberty, and then it cuts directly to Trump at like 17 minutes, 17 seconds in the clip that I shared, which I find interesting. And it's if we're in some kind of a simulation, like I believe that this is something, created.
This could be a simulation. I really sincerely hope it is.
Theory. And I'm a man of faith. I believe that God created everything. It's not God. It's just the creation of God. It would be a simulacrum of the real thing, the image. And right now we're seeing the image, which is 666 blue. We're seeing that everywhere. Where we just came out of having, a good deal of time where we were looking at red. And I did like shows about red hair because that's very significant spiritually. The woman who went crazy on the plane, right? That mother Fudgerson's not real. That lady, she, there was a celebrity that was on board, Carrot Top. And I was like, he's red haired. And then all of a sudden, this guy, Oliver Anthony, comes out of the woods, and I'm like, he's red haired. And I just did a whole show about how, the sound of freedom is the sound of Edom, and Edom is red haired. So it's almost like we have the system that is kind of rising, and it's about to take over. It's about to take over, and I don't know if that's a bad thing, because there's, when I found out that blue was 666 in frequency, which I found so interesting. I said, of course it is, right? Of course it is. I thought, is this a terrible thing?
Actually, 666
in talks about how
is
the throne
kind
of God is
a
sapphire. The throne of God, blue, is very significant of God's rule and God's authority, and his throne is us. The earth is his footstool. His throne is us. And man is a brute beast. The number is man, 666. So I see this where, like, at first I look at it, it was like, oh no, the beast system is taking over. This is all going according to plan, and it's going to be what it's going to be. And it's just exciting. It's exciting. Like, how on earth does Trump do the blue steel? And that went into so many other things. Like, why were they all smiling, right? Why was Kanye West's publicist part of this indictment? Why was she smiling like the movie Smile? I sent you a picture of that. I don't know if you get a chance to share it, but it's just strange because everybody's given this grimace. And I just talked about how, we were fed the grimace shape, the grimace. And I said, I'm telling you, this is like a forced smile. And it all has to do with mind control, which is what Zoolander is all about. Smile. And if you looked at this woman's, I forgot her name, but she's Kanye West's publicist. She gave that smile in her her mugshot, which is this shot heard around the world. just all of this stuff coming together, it's incredibly interesting. And I think that it's something that we shouldn't be too frightened about, because there's other things coming. Like,
Right.
There we go.
you know, out there, like
Next
comets.
Yeah,
We should-
So these two together will
there's
be
there's a
a
comment
set.
about to come down, and
And they
Guy
have
Town,
like,
you
so I
just
can
shared
have like
to
a
me
major
a
arcana
video.
and then kind of
Can I
a
play this for everybody right
oracle
now?
set. I'm excited about this.
Well, yes, of course. Well, let me tell you that this is an experiment that they did in a school for kids. Now, the one that we see, the first on the left, yes, in the
And then
center
to
of the
fill 'em
screen,
in
this is the
before I
kid
like
that
chop
it's
'em up.
focused on. So
I'm not
let's see
happy
what
about the
happens
one
with
at the corner, but
blue
we'll
light.
make it work.
I mean, with kids,
I
you can see that the kid is all the time. He's not comfortable. He's all the time not concentrate. You know, and he's looking for
Now
what
I'm
to do
happy.
with himself all the time. And then when they change the light
I know.
for him,
I
only
know.
for him, now you will
I
see
know,
that
it's
he's
like,
going.
oh no, we're not going to
Wait a
do that to
second.
you again. It's like
It happens
bullshit.
now.
Of
It
course
happens
they
now.
will.
They change it. And now he's in the front. On the front, you see here him
Ah,
there. He's on the front and very. You know, there are things that we don't know of about MK Ultra.
Sorry, I got to
and
get rid
how
of
they.
some of this.
Well, you know, the light they call
Before it
it
gets too out of
blue
hand.
ultra, red ultra. If you remember the 70s, the 80s, I mean, yeah, we use the blue ultra. So this is something that people can understand, that they are working from the beginning, from kids. They are working on us. It's not. It's not a mistake that we write with a blue pen, the color blue, and also when they take you marks, now it's black, but it was blue in the beginning, and the copy is blue. If you touch it, I mean, everything about the color is so important, and this is something that also, if you see,
Speaking of blue, here's my next color.
Alex, you can see that. I sent you a link.
Thank you for the
now
idea.
a new one about the blue police, and this is something
So
that
I
the
can use
Nazis,
up my wolf
the
stickers.
Nazis, they knew it, and in the 30th of October 1939, they create the.
I know,
the blue
just to
police
stir the
officially.
pot.
This is
I'm
the
a bad
first
girl.
time.
it's crazy.
And after that, they call them
People are,
the blues.
you're welcome to come on panel.
The guys
Like, I don't bite.
at the blue, with the blue.
But I you
And
know,
the police today, they do the support the blue, right?
right?
I think everyone's
Support the
just
blue.
getting this
Where's that?
vicarious
Now
little
why?
kid thing about
Well, I mean,
stickers.
if blue six, right? If blue 666, you know,
Yeah.
you're supporting that system.
You know, it's
Very
like
interesting.
when a person see this color, it makes something for the mind. Also, it have the control. You know, for the woman, you use the blue to catch her eye,
Yes,
and you
I've
use the
used
red,
it many
and you
times.
use the red,
Yes, I'm
and you
so
use the
turned
red
up.
for the men. You see the
Sorry.
lady in
Like,
red,
I'm a bad
and you
girl.
see also the bull with the matador.
Right?
You know?
Yeah.
So and for men, you use the blue velvet, and you use for the woman, yes, and you use the blue. The
Okay,
blue police.
this
they
is
put
some of
the-
this is just
Well,
like
when you marry
okey-dokey.
somebody, something borrowed, something blue. You know.
Well,
You know, and I got to tell you something. Listen, this is very interesting because it's really, we're talking about frequency here. And what Ani was talking about really just hit me because the Schumann resonance has been going crazy, right? And I, for a while, thought to myself, because I'm a writer, okay? And once again, I don't have any inside information, but I like to just think outside of the box. And I think to myself, how would you, like, if you wanted to change the resonance of the Earth, how would you do that? And I said,
This
you'd
is
probably
exciting.
put satellites all around the entire
I've
world.
been wanting to
You
do this
cover
for
it,
a while,
and then what
and
you
I
do is
just
then
was
you,
like,
you
why not just
signal
do
in
it?
your signal. You take over and just start blasting the world your signal. and you put towers up everywhere and you blast it and you change the frequency and you change the way people thought. Mind control on a whole other level. And guess what? They did it. They did it. And I wonder if that's the reason why we've had some weird things going on with human resonance. Weird things. Like weird. I mean, frequency and vibration.
Well, it's not
Go ahead.
Jacob, it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence because this is another link I sent about NASA that the 30 in 1-2 days there is the
Sorry, I'm
super
having
moon.
fun. If
Moon.
people want to come and panel, you're welcome to.
Yeah, this is from NASA.
Playing
and what they put in the picture.
This is a really interesting
fire.
link.
They put fire.
Thank you for sharing this, because
it's not a coincidence. All of this is not and the sun and you see the sun is like.
I don't necessarily agree with everything in here, but I'm going to share it.
Everything is there.
It's interesting.
Yeah. And if you read a little bit about sorry.
No, go ahead.
There's a little delay.
Yeah. It's because I'm from Israel, so.
Okay.
Okay. Go on.
No. And if you read a little bit about the blue moon, you can see that I sent you the link, the source of the name.
Blue moon.
Yeah. So if you can
synchronicity
see on the screen.
I just want to see
now,
this.
You can take over the source of the name.
Okay. Blue moon is a name given to a full moon in two different cases: a monthly blue moon and a seasonal blue moon. Despite its name, in practice, the color of the moon does not change at these times. Blue moon. You want me to keep going?
No, now go to the source of the name. This is what's interesting.
Okay, the source of the name in the highlight. You want me to do the highlight?
Only the highlight. Yes,
I think
the origin of the name is.
I'm going to have enough spaces
the word
for
believe, which means to betray. If a blue moon appears between these two events, the moon seems to betray.
Betrayed. So this is
betrayal.
That's the thing. Yeah, betrayed. Yeah, that's the thing. Are telling you. They're telling us. Sorry, that they are going to betray us. They are not going to be truth.
Well, that would be pretty much everything that they've been doing. It wouldn't be any different. It wouldn't be any different than what they're doing already.
Let's go on to the last set.
And
I think
the
you
last
can
thing that I
cram
have
them all
about
in here.
The date that is going to
Go
come
for
tomorrow or the day after about the great blue moon that they call it. It's the Georgian calendar that they took away.
Really skinny one.
Yes, they took away. I think there were 10 days from the calendar in 1582. It was March 21 was 10 days after. I mean, they took 10 days, the Vatican. So they control everything.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and going on to this whole blue wave and all this book was written in the 40s, and the guy who wrote it ended up mysteriously passing away, just like the guy who wrote Zoolander mysteriously passes away.
Weird, right?
Just like Alexander McQueen, who did this fashion show, like Balenciaga fashion show. Alexander McQueen was like the queen of fashion shows before Balenciaga, and he passed away right after he did this event with showcasing the new technology.
I'm so excited about
so
this.
The VMAs and all this showcases the new technology. And this book, Brainwaves and Death, the guy wrote in the 40s, and it was a fictional book, but he was exposing some truths that was connected to the television as well. The people who put on the operation were also in charge of the television as well. And it's weird because it's blue. like this is a book in the 40s,
Right.
and they highlight the blue beam in it. I think that's very fascinating and important because all this Hawaii blue, they're doing this deep sea mining so they can get these nauticals in the ocean, and Hawaii put up a ban so they couldn't do it just days before the 8/8 Lionsgate event.
Nice.
Because these nauticals have the technology in them, the cobalt or whatever it's called, for the smart cities and the optogenetics
this is
with
scary.
the LED light bulbs.
This is really
that
scary.
will do this on a cellular level, just like we just saw how the blue light, I'm wearing the blue blockers,
I need
can
to get
affect
some.
us. Yeah, these are like $15.
I need some blue blockers.
Tommy Truthful, what's going on over there? How are you doing?
I had you on mute. Sorry about that.
Are you good?
How you doing? How you guys doing? I'm just excited to be here with all you guys today, and grateful. I really love Jacob's work. And thankful, to have him. I recently put you a channel up on Truth Mafia just so we can share your work with our people, and they love your stuff, man. That one you did on demonic possession was so phenomenal.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
I mean, it's got over 6,000 views, I think, from just on there. So yeah, I did a little presentation, Donut. If I could share my screen, I kind of threw it together a little fast, but while you guys were talking, but I could show you this blue fire code that I'm working on.
Absolutely.
Not done yet, so I'm going to add a lot more to it. I actually threw this together while they were all talking. So,
all right. Yeah, absolutely. Let me know when I can share your screen.
Okay, you're ready.
Okay, and we just crashed through almost, we're over 2,000, and we're streaming on so many different platforms. Wow. So I want to remind everybody, just please smash that like button. This will get us into the algorithm, so when people wake up or they go check their phone, they'll be able to see this awesome information. And I got Guy Tao, Tommy Truthful, Jacob Israel, Anya Sarus, all their links down below. Go subscribe to their channels as well.
Jacob, there you are, brother. You got your own little spot.
Wow, thank you, man.
It's pretty cool, man. The whole team's over here.
A lot. I appreciate you. Thank you.
I mean, we got a lot of people on here. Your boy Rex. I'm doing an episode with me and Rex on 9/11.
He's an awesome dude.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, man. He's a legend too. You know what I'm saying?
It's my daughter's birthday on 9/11.
Oh, is it?
And I got to tell you, I'm not going to pull too much away from you, but she turns 20, and there's a lot. Her name is Shiloh, and I mean, it's just there's a lot. She was born at the instant
interesting stuff.
I'm just gonna pause this for a minute.
Exactly 2 years from that moment.
Yeah.
And
bro, I would love to decode her.
Turn my volume up.
Here, I'll try and fix you on my end as well.
But I'll tell you, that's going to be a poppin' day.
Yeah, well, congratulations to your daughter. That's a cool birthday to have.
Okay.
It is.
There's a lot of people that think
and I'll turn this one down a bit,
Jesus,
just so if you want
really
to talk
born
over
on
it, you can.
I agree.
That's okay. Just listen for a few. It's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Bear with me. I mean, I really literally threw this together in 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is a good share.
But so
they haven't started talking about the comet yet, right?
No, not yet. Not quite, no.
So have you heard much about it?
No, actually, I have no idea. So could you tell me about it?
I can tell you some stuff.
Yeah.
There's a channel called have you ever heard of the channel called Logic Before Authority?
No. I'll look it up though.
Okay, it's a guy named, I'll send you the link in the text afterwards. Phone text. Daniel Alexander Cannon, I've been following him for 6-7 years, I think now. He's got some really interesting research. So he came up with something about a week ago or so. We have this comet, okay, and the comet is doing an oval kind of thing, and it's going to head towards the sun around September 23rd. Myself, I'm thinking September 21st, right around the equinox.
Yeah,
It's called the green. It's called.
Yeah, I've heard of this
It's,
before, and it's not even from you. It's like other people were talking about it.
right. So it's called the
Yeah.
green comet. And it's going to head towards the sun, and it's going to be in front of the sun probably for 3 days as it does its turn and comes back towards the Earth. So because it's so close to the Earth, we might get a comet-like eclipse, which isn't really heard of, right?
Oh, wow.
But people are talking possibly 3 days of darkness or something. So
That would
logic before authority, right? Logic before authority. He was looking at the movie The Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah.
Not the 1961 version with Jack Nicholson, but the 1986 Steve Martin version. It
Yeah.
opens up it talks about September 23rd kind of being a doomsday, right?
Oh,
Right in the
wow.
opening scene. And in the play, it's based on a play. The play opens up saying September 21st. September 21st, Feather will be 16. Hi, Feather.
Hi, Feather. Hi, Feather.
Anyway, she'll be 16 on the 21st.
Aw,
So
good
there's a
girl.
lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff going around this. There are songs naming September 23rd. There's movies naming September 3rd. I'll send you some photographs as well. I can't do it while I'm
Yeah, I know.
your live
No
stream,
worries.
right?
No worries.
Because I don't have a computer, right? But there's some
Hey,
really
man.
interesting stuff going on. If perchance things do get dark, right? Make sure you
Yeah.
got some batteries. Make sure you got a radio, battery operated radio, water put away. Maybe put blankets or whatever.
Yeah, I'm
Right?
good that way. Like, it's just, it's just going to be like, are other people going to be prepared? You know what I mean?
Possibly, but you need to kind of maybe blanket your windows, stay inside for a while, right? Just be cautious. A lot of Christians in different Christian communities are thinking that a rapture is going to come or the 7 years of tribulation are going to start. There's a lot of hypothesis around
Oh,
this,
God.
right?
Yeah,
And with the
well,
blue moon happening and everything else, it's just there's some really strange things going on, right?
yeah.
So, with the hurricane down in Florida,
Good.
meaning behold the sun, right?
Mhm.
That kind of goes in place with it, right? The Hurricane Hillary that was going through California, Mexico, and that plays into it a bit. It's just some really interesting things happening at this point in time, right?
Sorry, I'm just excited about my projects. I know it's like
It's
the
cool.
thing, but it's like,
I think it's really cool. I think I might have to do something like that too, because somebody gave me some so wonderful stickers.
yay. Well, they might hold up on your trailer, you know. I'm hoping
They
so.
might.
They might.
I met a really cool dude. He's actually doing some murals and stuff around town.
Oh, cool.
And so he's done a couple pictures. He's selling prints like super cheap. Here's one here. Oh. So this artist is really cool, right? This is I don't know if you can see it or not. It's called Happy Bear.
Okay.
Can you see that?
I should pull you up. Here, let me put you on solo. How do I do that? There we go. That's cool.
So, but it's made of thick paper too, right? So I could actually turn it into a tarot. I've got one of orca, Sasquatch. It's kind of cool. So I was
Nice.
thinking, yeah, maybe what I'll do is I'll get him to do me up a couple paintings, and maybe I'll make up my own oracle with the
Yeah.
stickers that you gave me, right?
Aw.
Because you gave me the moon and sun stickers.
Yeah, well, those were
Right?
the ones like he showed me one a design like that, and and I was like, and I was actually giggling because I actually had those stickers. I was like, he doesn't even know. Yeah, yeah,
Right?
I got a kick out of that one.
So like totally in sync, right?
Hmm.
This one's cool, dude.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
yeah, they're awesome. They're really, really awesome. So yeah, they would make some really cool oracles, and I haven't counted them, but I bet you there's just enough for a deck with all the major arcana.
well,
Where'd you go?
I think there's like 30 to 50 in them. Like,
Okay, I didn't.
yeah, it just really depended on the deck, because some are like the iridescent ones. This one's 100, but it doesn't look like 100 stickers, but they're so thin. And I'm almost like maybe I'll go over this one and then seal it. But I kind of want to write out. I always like cards with a little bit of a meaning on them. So you get a hint when you're reading. I know
Right.
I'm like, I'm old. It happens. Don't make fun of me.
You're not old.
I'm getting there. Jesus is static. There we go. On the computer. There
There's
we go.
50. There's 51. That's an odd number. Interesting though. Well, if you're getting old, what the heck am I? Stop that.
What was it like riding a dinosaur to school? Oh, I know. You're gonna say that. You're like, wow. It's like...
Actually, you know what? I used to trudge 5 miles in the snow to go to school, and I failed miserably because my school was 6 miles away.
No, I just want to go out for like just like a quick half a drag of a smoke.
Oh, I was just actually breaking up a bar.
And then I'm gonna start playing with one of these.
Oh,
I don't know which one. I'm excited. This is like a cool project to try.
definitely. What's going on with my camera? Oh, gotta move my curtain.
I'll be
There
back.
I am, kind of.
I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, nice skirt.
Thank you.
Hello, boys and girls. Thank you for tuning in. Crypto will return shortly. You're probably wondering why I brought you all here this evening. How many do we have in chat YouTube? Oh, just me. Well, remember to hit the like. I got to get a tripod or something for my phone. This is ridiculous. So she gets a guest on and then she leaves. What's up with that?
Are they still holding up for you? Pretty good. The phones.
Or what? Sorry, or what holding up? Dang, girl.
The phones. They're still working, right?
You know what? I haven't switched over yet because I'm paranoid about losing my password because I don't have a computer to hold everything in. You know what I mean?
Well, you know you
I
have
don't.
them as
I don't.
you have them as a backup. You can always like set them up, you know, and then you can run
I
and
don't have the same brain as you.
mm.
You're smarter than me on computer, girl.
Well, next time you're up, we'll have to like
But
sort that
my
out for you. So we can set it up for you so they work for you. Oh, nice.
nice.
Doobie
And you
doo
guys,
doo. And I got this one.
right?
But I'm kind of trying to conserve
Cool.
this one because I'm going back to work soon. So
Oh, I got. Actually, I got two. I got this one as well.
mm,
It's a Gandalf pipe. It's called
that one's cool.
Gandalf pipe school, right? And they smoke well too. I need to find a lighter. So how you doing?
I'm okay. I guess I'm okay.
And you got work. You got work prospects. And I gotta
Yeah,
figure
yeah.
this.
I got at the nursery coming up. I just don't know when, but it's a big season. Like, and I mean, I've been applying at so many places, but I'm just not getting anything. But and I keep thinking maybe I should like put advertising on my website, but I feel unethical about it, you know.
Right?
Like I just, yeah, I'm getting all these views, even like 30 cents a view. That's, you know, a view, but then it's like I'm putting advertising on my site that isn't my advertising or friends advertising. Like I'd be more than happy to have like, hey, you have a construction company. Do you you're a seamstress, or you do babysitting or dog walking. Like I'll put you up there. I just don't want Google to like determine what I should have on my site, or it's like that invasive like thing where they're looking at your preferences, so they're showing you ads, but then it's like this whole other layer of surveillance on my website I don't want to put on people, you know. I just money, but then it's money. It's like it's like it's
Sorry for
almost
coughing
free
in your ear.
money. It's like, but if it's too good to
I
be
may
true,
have to turn off my
probably is.
Wi-Fi and go straight to data if I have enough.
No worries. You take care. Oh, there you better.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn off my Wi-Fi and go just data. I think I still have some. That's probably my problem.
No worries. Yeah, like you know, I'm gonna probably be streaming for a while,
What?
but I know you got to work, so you know,
Is that better?
I want to. Yeah, that is so much better.
It's
Yeah,
like the first month I've had data at the end of the month.
nice. I
It's
just
kind
go
of weird.
through it like I quit looking like I just throw it in like you're gassing up your car. It's like I you don't you get to a point you just like I need to do this. I'm not even gonna look at the gas gauge or
My my server maxes me out at 13 gigs. I can't go any more than that a month. I have to probably go to another server at
yeah,
some point.
yeah. I might you
Yeah,
might too if you're downloading a bunch of stuff like you know. I like your hoodie. That's a cool hoodie. Sorry.
it's new.
Yeah,
You
I
want to
want to
see it? It's
Yeah,
new.
shut up. Shut up.
So it's Punisher. The north got timber on it. Where'd you go?
I'm right here.
See you. So it's
Oh,
got
nice.
Punisher. Got
That's
the
cool.
north. Ready?
That is awesome. That one looks good. I like the style. Like it's asymmetrical. I gotta get this outside. I don't want to get in trouble.
Being molested. Okay. Just watch Crypto's on them. Crypto's right there. Somebody's overtaken my screen. Oh, watch my neck.
Oh, I'm thinking of going. Oh, hello, hello, beautiful girl.
Smudgy's being forceful.
I bet she
Smudgy.
is. Well, she heard me, so she's excited.
There's Crypto right there.
I know.
Back up. I've been molested by a mastiff. Who's that? Wow, that actually hurt my neck a little bit. She's being pretty forceful.
The bass, no trouble. All about the bass, no trouble. All about
This is such a cool song.
It's pretty clear. I know size two. I can shake it like I'm supposed to. I got all the right junk in all the right places.
Right?
See, with the Photoshop.
Lady is so hot.
Good stuff. I want to do that as like a bigger one.
Right?
I know.
Don't get a copyright though, but those women are really
I wanted to play. Yeah. No,
they're
I have a
sexy
really
as
good. I
fudge.
have a really good karaoke version of it. So
Cool.
yeah,
It's all about the bass.
yeah. And I know Smudge, like she is such a funny dog because she when you were playing that song, she would just like just
She
start
wants to
wiggling.
dance, right?
Has like a toy in her mouth. Like,
Got a big ass dog.
she is gorgeous, though. She is a gorgeous, gorgeous dog. Like,
But she thinks she's a Chihuahua, right?
I know. She thinks she is a lap dog. She thinks she is just like, and she reminds me of Luna. No, yeah, no, Cola.
The orca?
And she was a pit bull. But she was just a sweet. Oh, God. Well, good. I hope you're staying safe. Like, fuck, I'm worried about you, dude.
Can't read that.
He says, "Hey, I'm sleeping. Woke up. I'm staying someplace out of the shit." DV Vincent W is in Florida right now, so yeah, and he's kind of in between houses, so it's I'm just love and prayers, brother. Like, just stay safe, dude.
Hunker down.
Yeah, and like I've always said, feel free to post your information in here, just because if you're stuck out there, and I know you're just stuck out there. Some people just get stuck out. I think we all, me and Timber can relate to just having housing issues. Yeah.
I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised Vic BC is not covering that storm right now because his mom's down in Florida too, right?
They might be just focusing on family rather than
Right.
streaming, you know, like just
They do storm watches too, especially when it's in his mom's
yeah,
area. Right? So,
but they might just be trying to focus on mom, like you know,
our heart and prayer goes out to you in Florida, definitely.
yeah, and like everyone, because I've been drawing up so much of Hawaii, but you know, here's the next storm season, and I have a feeling in Canada it's going to be a cold winter. Do you feel
It
it?
is. Right.
You know, like you get
Once
that
the
feeling.
fires up.
You can almost like you can tell like you know the wet ones and the dry ones and the cold ones. And this one, I think we may not get a lot of snow, but it's going to be fucking cold. I do not see it being a warm winter on the West Coast this year. We have just had too much cold air coming from the north all year.
I agree.
That we haven't been able to build it up, you know.
If that comet has the potential to block out the sun for a few days, it's going to get a lot chillier faster too, right?
Oh yeah. Well, if this happens, it's gonna cause people to fuck the freak out, you know? Like I'm sorry, but like people I need a drink for this one. I'm sorry, Timber, but damn, like this is you know,
Okay.
we always assume as human beings that we are just, you know, invincible. It doesn't matter. You know, we are top of the universe. And at any time, we could be taken out by any number of things. Cheers,
I'll have
man.
one with you.
Nastravi, my
Yeah.
friend.
Got some pretty interesting things going on, right? And these storms, the fires.
Hawaii is so fucked up. Like, have you been following some of the channels?
Yeah, some of them, not so much the people I know so much as people I don't know but follow kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
The
I know.
do's and the blues.
Yeah.
Right.
There's one, Jeffrey starts with a C for the last name. It's on my blogs. I've been trying to just compile, say like if I come across a clip, I save it. If I come across a clip, I save it. Just you know.
Do you know the channel Hawaii Real Estate? I'm trying to think of the guy's name, but he's been covering a lot of Lahuna
Oh
and stuff like that.
yeah, he is excellent. Oh my god, he is, and he is someone actually. You know, I kind of want to just talk to you for a bit rather than pull up a clip, but
right,
he's definitely one to check out because he is. And like one of them like showed all these gates going up and all these fences going up and all these barricades going up, and it's like, and both like all these channels are like, okay, how can you explain, like I've seen Fort Mac, I've seen Slave Lake, I've grown up with forest fires. They're like forest fires are so have you. Forest fires are common on the island. Have you ever seen cars melt like this?
Never.
Like even in Fort Mac, like, and it got hot, and there's a lot of, but it's also like all at once, and Yellowknife turned out it was like arson. They caught him. Chicks with like aerosol cans and.
But are these arsonists or are they paid arsonists? That's something else too, right?
Well,
Fort Mac. Because I pick morel mushrooms, and because morel mushrooms grow 1 year later after where the fires were, I was in Fort Mac 1 year later, And also being a carpenter, I went up there to help them rebuild their town. But there's no place for carpenters to live. Like they wouldn't even. There was a campground that wasn't touched, and
Yeah.
right beside the motel, and they wouldn't let people stay there. But that
Yeah.
fire, a lot of that fire went through the town, but when it got to the outer edges of town, it was all high in the trees. It wasn't on the ground because me and the dogs, we were walking through muskeg and duff and swamps and stuff trying to find friggin' mushrooms, and there was nothing burnt. It was all the treetops,
Wow, that's pretty
right?
crazy.
The ground
Yeah.
wasn't scorched. Whereas if I went into the Wapiti River area near Chetwynd, right, not long before that, the ground was so scorched that it burnt to the bottom of the roots, like 2, 3, 4 feet deep,
Yeah, that's the
right?
scary thing about forest fires. Like, and that's the hardest thing if you're trying to train someone, like, because your instinct, you see this tree on fire, it's to spray the tree. But you got to spray the roots because it's going down and then it travels along like a little snake,
Right.
you
But
know?
now the trees are burning from the inside out. They're not necessarily burning from the top down,
Yeah.
right? Depending on
Hmm.
the type of light that hits that tree, right? So
Yeah.
if it's a dew, okay,
Hmm.
any water in the area was boil right away, right?
Huh.
If it's natural lightning, the water doesn't boil. So that's one way of telling the
Yeah.
difference. So when you go in later on and you look at the trees, you look at the way the roots are burnt out, it's a completely different burn than what I'm used to picking morels in 10, 15 years ago as opposed to now, right? So
Yeah. Now, do
I
you
want
think that is partly from the BC's mismanagement of our forests? Like we've kind of gone
to,
through, like we don't want to touch the nature, but we kind of need to start touching the nature? Or is it
you know,
more, or are there other?
my hypothesis, and I don't want you to get a strike, so I'll try to be careful in how I say this.
No, you're fine.
There,
Don't worry.
there are certain things taking roles right now to get people out of rural and small towns and into the large cities, which are
Yes,
becoming districts, right?
15-minute cities,
So
exactly.
if you evacuate people from 10 or 15 small towns and all these rural farms, and
Yeah,
you burn the land and you kill the crops and you kill those livestock, they have nothing to return to. They might as well stay in these district cities that are popping up, right?
yeah.
And that
It
way
is.
you have the population moved. Okay.
It's like something. It's like you will read the Hunger Games or watch the movies, and it seems like
Right.
outrageous, like all these little districts and everyone's. But this is how we are. This is the concept of 15-minute cities, and
Right.
I
By
don't think
design.
they are not healthy. Humans are meant to have a wide territory. Like you may be a homebody, but you still like knowing I can go across the country if I want.
Right.
It's not I'm like in China where I'm restricted to certain zones. And if
Well,
I do not have the right credit score, I cannot leave my zone. Your credit card
see,
or your bank, your everything is frozen. Your car, like that's why they want all these electronic vehicles because
right.
already they have it. So if you didn't pay your lease, they can just shut off your car. They flip a switch and it's like your new car is dead. You're like, what happened? It's like, well,
Or
the payment, and then they just wait for the tow truck to come. It's like they don't
right.
even need to do anything.
Or they could EMP, direct energy EMP an area and take every vehicle down, scooter, moped, whatever, in an instant and bring that area to a standstill, right?
Yeah.
Here in Canada, okay, I'm timber traveler. I've been foraging in the forest for 40 years, right? Your lifetime, I've been foraging. So
It's gonna put you on slow.
what I would do, I'm in a 15-minute seat now trying to get out. So what I want to do is I want to head into the forest, okay? But now the forest has been burnt, the forest has been logged, and the forest have been beetled, right? And if you look in the areas where the pine beetles were and stuff, they devastated areas for 2 or 3 years, and then all of a sudden they vanished. So I think that the beetles were also planned and migrated or integrated into our forests to help take them out. So the people that are living out there and they're living in the small communities, they're bringing them into the district, the future district areas, right? But at the same time, they're taking out the forest where people like me, survivalists, can go out and live and survive later on, right? And in Schwab's book, he said the people who'll be a problem in the future are those that went out into the isolated areas and didn't come into the cities and the big centers and the districts, right? So it's all by design. It's all playing out. They're diabolical geniuses. Right?
Oh yeah, well that's what we need to do.
They can take the camera off me now. But yeah, it's freaking ridiculous. I went on Maverick. I was talking to Rick Walker on Maverick News probably 3-4 months ago.
Oh, nice.
When the fires were starting in, right?
Keep talking. I'm listening.
And I gave him the same hypothesis, and he came down on me. He says, "Oh yeah, so people are lighting these fires. So these fires are on purpose. So now they want to move people into cities." And he actually hung up on me. He called me a QAnon. It's funny, I'm wearing a Q jacket now, but he was really ridiculously rude to me, right? So I haven't listened to his channel since. But 4 days after I said that on his channel, Grizzly Patriot Mark Friesen out of Saskatchewan almost mimicked my very same words, and that was 4 months ago when the fires were hitting in the Peace River area and stuff, right? So now as we get into fall, we got these different storm areas coming in, right? So areas that are going to get hit by tornadoes are getting hit by tornadoes, right? Like Stephanie Berry's neighborhood, right? And then people like your friend in Florida and that, they're going to get hit by these hurricanes.
He's right here.
Right? Who's that? Sorry?
Diesel.
Daryl.
Call
me Daryl. How are you doing?
Good.
Hey, Daryl. I turn up my volume.
Okay.
Yeah, I got I'm able to stay somewhere tonight. It's
Oh, good.
I'm like 10 miles inland.
I'm gonna turn you up.
It's okay.
Because no, I am so glad to hear that. I was worried about you, dude.
Yeah, it started raining really hard around 5:30 or 6. And
well, you're
those are
kind
just
of getting a hurricane in your state, so I'm glad you're in a safe place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope it's probably, I don't know what the path it's taking. If it's going northeast, it's going to go into Georgia like at like 6 in the morning or something.
I don't even know which channel to draw up. Do you want me to find one?
Live Storms Media is very good.
Okay, let me look that up.
You know what I noticed? I noticed that guy, that Hawaii real estate guy, he posts these videos and he puts like this really sad music all through it.
Right.
I made a comment about it, like, because I'm really aware like of like in movies and stuff, like when they have a score or piece of music, whether or not it's like, I don't know, it's just kind of manipulative. And I was like, hey, you don't need to put the music in there. It's like, it's bad enough.
We're very pleased to report that the vast majority of areas west of US 19.
I think he does it for embellishment, but I totally agree. It really throws off the story, right?
place or
Yeah,
a
it does.
shelter. Please be mindful of the continued threat as we move throughout the day today. The wind threat is going to subside
I'll keep going
later
through
this
channels.
morning, maybe
Like,
around
I think
lunchtime,
this
based on the current forecast. But that surge threat, that storm surge threat of 6 to 9 feet above high tide is expected to continue throughout the rest of the day. And we know we have another high tide cycle coming up in the afternoon.
So this is
I know
like
everybody's
live
antsy to
from
get
live
home and
from
check on their
live.
homes
I
and
don't
businesses,
care
but
about a
it's
strike.
just not safe to do that yet. Please wait for emergency management to give you the all
Rick, I'm going to go grab a link for you. I'm going to drop it in your chat, and I'll be back in a couple seconds.
Yeah. Find it, and no worries.
Okay,
as you just heard,
I'm only working with an Android here, so I'll be right back.
places.
Yeah, no worries.
You know, you
No
want to
problem.
get back home as soon as day breaks just to check out that damage. But you just heard
I'm
it
on the
from
West
the Deputy
Coast.
Director of Emergency Management here in Fernando. To
Excuse
stop,
me, the
give
East
it a beat.
Coast of
They'll let them
Florida,
know as soon as
and the
it's safe to go
storm
back.
is on the other is moving across the other side of the state. Florida's only 150 miles wide.
Yeah, I know. It's not that big.
Idalia, and then we do want to get
I'm actually just
big
going to
storm.
turn this down. Okay, so are you on this side of it or the other side of
I'm
it?
on the East Coast.
Okay, so
in like Central Florida, like 50 miles east of Orlando.
Oh. Okay, I can see it in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cape
so
Beach,
like,
Cape Canaveral.
so you're more at the top, right?
Like in the center, if you look, you see where the storm path
Yeah,
is?
let's just like draw this up so I can. I'm sorry, I am so blonde. And also, like, okay, Jacksonville.
South of Jacksonville.
Okay. Okay, that's like, I don't know. Yeah, this is starting to. Shit, man.
Wow.
Well, if there's something I can do to help you, like, or, you know, like, or, you know, just, I think now it's almost like the time you just wait it out and pray. I hate to say it like that, but
No, it makes sense.
you know, you're in a safe place, and tomorrow, like, and, you know, and definitely definitely. Okay. Oh, here's a good one. Thank you. Here we go. Let me find that one. Just because we have such a media blackout in Canada, it's stupid, ridiculous. Timber knows. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, Timber. It's like it's getting stupid here.
Wow.
I'm gonna post that link.
It's going to cover the whole state.
Okay.
That no school link I just put in the chat. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm actually just give me a second to. Oh my god!
It's kind of like. Sorry, it's kind of like Google Earth, right? It'll show you the globe.
Yeah, no,
if
this
you
is
leave it
awesome.
on.
No, I just need to draw up my history in a new screen because my laptop is really fussy. Okay. There we go. Yes. Sorry. Sorry. Here we go. Oh god, this is like so cool. I gotta like draw this up. Thank you so much for sharing this. We'll go back to the Florida news for, you know, but I gotta show this. This is, it reminds me of Ingress.
A reminder too, right? The Florida news channels are manipulated by the 1%, right? So they're only going to say what they
Oh
want them to
yeah,
say.
I
They're not
know.
going
I know. It's
to.
like I openly troll.
Manipulated by the 1%, right? So
You got an echo. Is that me or you? No, it's like I openly troll. Someone has an echo. It's okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
So manipulate the globe so you can zoom in on the Hawaii area. Or you
Okay.
can turn it and zoom in just like Google Earth
Okay. So
by using your
oh,
mouse.
I see. Yeah, there we go. Oh my goodness. But that's
Okay,
not
and
Hawaii.
you should be able to zoom right in,
Oh my goodness. Holy crap. What the hell is that?
right? So those are the storms that are going around the Earth right now. Those are the wind velocities.
Oh my god, this is crazy. I'm just gonna pull it up on big screen for a minute. I'm not trying to cut
Definitely.
anyone off. I just
So use the little wheel on your mouse, and you can zoom into an area.
I don't have a mouse, okay?
Okay.
I'm
You have a
doing the best
ferret.
I can. Yeah, I have a finger. I will okay, I will use my magic finger and
Or
hopefully make things so work.
use 2 fingers and spread them like you'd zoom in on a photograph, right?
Okay.
Or on map.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I'm making it wiggle. Sorry.
Look at all that stuff on the southern hemisphere.
I'm retarded. Okay, whatever. But Hawaii's on this side. And I'm not seeing like the same kind of.
But you want to go to Florida.
Yeah,
Or
Florida.
even
Florida.
Hillary.
How do you zoom? There's no
I'm not
zoom.
sure on your laptop.
There's Hawaii.
I know on my Android, right?
Okay. There we go. Wind surface. So I guess like it's right around here, right?
Somewhere in there. So this is Null School. NULL School is the site.
Oh, there we
you
go.
go.
I got it bigger.
There you go. There you go.
There we go. Let's try it again. Let's try again.
Is that related to Gary?
There we go. Okay, here it comes.
So okay, so if you stay there for a second, you can see on the west coast of Canada.
This is wow. This is actually like really kind of bad because yeah.
You see what's heading towards the New York.
Because right around the center, you know, if you look, that line between the two swirling red dots of doom, that line is actually a heat zone right now.
Right.
So this is actually gonna, and everything, you see why it's swirling on the left of the screen, like on the Pacific coast. Okay,
so
I know
storm.
there's a hurricane in Florida, but what you're seeing on the Pacific coast could end up worse than I've just.
So that's the wind and the rain that we're getting right now, right? The last day or so, and coming in. Look over, not just from.
Let's just zoom in on Florida right now.
Okay, and east of New York
and
eastern Canada. Okay, so that's where it's coming up into Georgia. It's going to hit Georgia tomorrow. Now, is that?
What? I mean, it's almost pretty. It looks, but holy shit, this thing's moving.
Isn't that the 33rd parallel?
Yeah.
3-3.
I'm just to the right of it.
It does it seem like it's moving backwards?
Well, that's
Well,
the wind. That's the wind direction. I mean, that's the wind flow.
Yeah, but
It's
I mean,
swirl.
usually
It's moving
when
north.
I've seen these, they're moving the other way. Maybe my screen's backwards. I'm dyslexic. Life is hard.
But also
You know?
they hover. They don't always move very
Yeah,
fast, and
I
when they get
know.
over
I
land, they
know.
slow down.
I have cousins in Louisiana, so friends, family. So I've seen them hover, and it's like you were just literally like, I am just praying that this goes away. I'm just praying this goes away. Like, what else can you do? You can't do anything,
the crypto.
Yeah.
Can you go a little north? Look just east of the New York, Maine, and Canadian Eastern Seaboard. There's another storm coming in that way too, and it looks just as big or worse.
Oh,
See that?
like that one?
Now, why aren't we hearing about that one yet?
Oh, God. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that one
Holy
heads south,
shit,
right?
man. Oh, this
Now,
is
if
bad.
that one heads south towards the Florida Panhandle,
Oh, God.
right?
If they meet up, like, it's like that bad blind date. This could be awful. This is.
Right.
I haven't seen storms behave like this. Like, it's
So-
literally. I hate to say it. Like, I keep thinking, like, am I watching my screen? And
they're unnatural,
yeah,
man-made.
this doesn't
Well,
seem.
I think they're.
This doesn't seem natural. Like, sorry,
Well,
I
I
need
mean,
to pause that one for a minute because it's still.
Yeah,
It's.
it's
I
not good.
still have it loading. I'm just. Wow. I love storms. Growing up in Alberta and twisters, you
Right.
just appreciate like tornadoes and extreme weather events like -50.
Have you
I had
guys ever
thunder.
heard of Suspicious Observers?
Yeah.
Is it a
Suspicious
channel?
Observers? Yeah.
I'll have to check it out.
Oh, it's he's been on there. He's been on here for about, I don't know, 12 years. And
Okay, does he links in with Ryan Holyall as well, doesn't he?
yeah, I believe he does. His
I think
name is Ben.
I have, yeah.
Yeah, we're going into a cycle that the Earth does every like 15,000 years. There's an ice age, and
Right.
global warming is part of the ice age process. The water melts, and then wherever it goes to, then it freezes. So then you have,
Correct.
global cooling is actually what's happening, but we're all being scammed by the government. We can't trust
100%.
But I've seen footage of storms like on Jupiter that are hundreds of thousands of miles in size. And when
Right.
you like look at the scale of our planet, I mean, the Earth is going to do what it wants to do. I don't think that we can. The government control the weather, but I think that ultimately messes up the weather. It throws it into kind of it starts to fight when man tries to manipulate the weather, it creates the Earth's resistance to that control, and it just gets out of control.
Right.
I know in Vietnam they did weather modification.
Right. See, when you got things like this green comet entering into it too, that's going to be in front of the sun for 3 days or whatever, that's going to do something too, right? Now,
Really, I haven't heard about that.
so okay, so green comet, yeah, there's some really weird stuff. If you look at the opening of the 1986 Little Shop of Horrors movie, it talks about September 23rd, kind of like a doomsday kind of thing, right? Now, this little comet is it's doing an oval shape, and it's going to be going up towards the sun, and it's going to take 3 days for it to do its turn and head back towards Earth a little bit, right? It's not supposed to hit Earth, but when it goes in front of the sun, because it's so close to Earth, it could block out some of the sun, right? It could actually give us an eclipse via a comet rather than the moon. kind of thing, right? Which is pretty unheard of.
Wow.
But there's so many weird things going on right now, right? So I don't know where you are on aliens or interdimensional beings or things like that, but some of
Oh,
that
yeah.
could be playing into it as well, right? Like,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
you know, there's a lot of things being disclosed that we knew were going to be disclosed, right? So we have the alien agenda coming, right? We have things like the Ukraine war, right? If there's threat of a nuclear strike or something like that, they might try to do an intervention like they did back during, you know, the April 6th and April 9 Japanese bombings and stuff, right? Apparently they're going to drop another one, but there's an intervention of some sort. You know, so it's, I don't know, it could be a lot of things, a lot of ways to hypothesize, right? So it's why we need to question everything. You know, we need to look at everything. You know, like it's.
Yep, agreed.
I find it really hard to come to a conclusion because I got to remain open to everything too, right? So.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna start with a little one.
Are you in the Miami area or what part of Florida are you down in?
I'm in Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral, which is on the east coast of Central Florida.
Okay. So have you seen any of those very large rocks with the really round holes through them?
No, we don't have that here.
Okay, it's mostly I think on the western coast, a lot of them, but they seem to be like anchor rocks from very extremely large ships. Probably
We
Atlantean
have
days,
some
right?
here. We have some here.
Yeah. So some people think maybe Atlantean, some people think it may be Tartarian.
No, it's like from the old fort days. Like, oh my God, get a brain.
You think Starfort? Starfort is Tartarian, is it not?
Oh my God. Oh, is that Smudge?
Dog.
No, that's Feather.
Hello, Feather.
She
Hello,
needs to. I think she needs to get some water.
Yay. Hello, good girl.
Cute dog.
Yeah.
Oh, she is such a sweet girl. She is such a sweet girl. Both of them are.
She'll 16 in a couple weeks or 3 weeks.
Yeah, like that's a good.
She's 16. She'll turn 16 as the comet heads into the sun. Figure that one out.
Huh.
Can you excuse me? Sprinkle. I gotta let her down. She needs sprinkle water.
Yeah,
It's
no
got bad
worries,
here.
no worries. Like I'll be here. You take your time. Don't worry about it. Like
Nope. I just had to help her down off her bed so that
yeah, I know.
sure the other one excuses her.
Yeah.
Why my curtain keeps moving and blocking my camera. Sorry.
No worries.
So yeah, there's a lot going on in the world. I haven't really been watching Australia and New Zealand, but I imagine they're going to get some pretty wicked storms and stuff too because they're coming into their spring. Their winter's ending, right? So they're gonna have a fire season. They're going to experience a fire season as bad or worse as Canada is right now, right? Like the problem that we have right now is we have the boreal forest, and it's the largest forest in the world, and it's freaking burning, and people aren't realizing how much of it's going up in flames, right?
Yeah.
And it's
Pretty much. Like,
and it's responsible for keeping a lot of the world's air regenerated and clean, right? So
yeah.
Same with the Amazon.
Yeah.
yeah, and the Amazon
almost gone.
It is, and the Chinese.
Yeah.
The Chinese own 13 subsidiary rivers into the Amazon now. They pretty much have that whole water basin controlled.
Yeah, and if you
Right.
own it's like Dune. If you own the water, you own
Yep.
own the society.
Or like
Right.
Spaceballs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much. Like
Actually, that was air.
that was air, but it's all the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, we're buying airtime for our phones, right? It's only a matter how long before we start buying the air that we have to breathe if we're already paying for it for our
Well,
phones.
you can already go down sometimes to, I saw in the mall before, where you could actually go and pay for air like in Vegas. I was like, I'm not doing that.
What? Pay for
Yeah,
air in
you
Vegas?
could, and it was like flavored oxygen, and it was like
Right?
little boosts. I'm not
Well,
kidding.
oxygen gets you high.
Yeah,
Like when
yeah,
you're on,
I know. Right?
yeah.
Like, what else are you gonna legally give people in
Yeah,
a
they have
mall?
oxygen bars. They have oxygen bars. I've seen that where you can go in and breathe like in the hospital and they give you oxygen. Also, the oxygen on the planes. If I don't know if you remember in Fight Club where he's
Yeah,
talking about how the oxygen masks fall down. You look at the pamphlet. He says, "Calm as Hindu cows." It's like it gets you high, so it kind of relaxes you, and the plane is going to hit the ground at 400 miles per hour, and here you are,
Right?
duh,
Right?
accepting your fate.
yeah, it is.
It's
Well,
only
I love that analogy because I kind of feel like that with all our politics, all our media, all our economy right now. Like
Mm-hmm.
we are heading into something really dark. Just to show you sort of where I'm going with this. I don't know. Here, I'll draw it in. So yeah, I'm using stickers as the base, but I'm gonna like coat this so heavily they will feel like little rocks and they will last for years. I'm good at what I do.
Wow.
It
so
just
no. You just made me think of something. Not just the oxygen in the plane crashes, right? That's the planes going down, but also when the planes go up and they hit the seventh and eighth G force too, right? Um, have you heard of the euthanizing roller coaster?
no.
Yeah.
So
Was that at West Edmonton Mall? I mean, I kind of grew up with that as a kid. It's not like I've never tried it. I'm sure it's safe now, but it didn't get off to a good start. It
if
was,
you
let's
want to
say that.
if you want to open up a YouTube screen and bring up euthanizing roller coaster, that will blow you away because it's not in place. They're not using it per se, but
Let's I don't know. I don't know if I want to push that one on that, but I will dig it up for my blog. I'll
okay.
throw it up on my
So
blog and then it's like
basically, what it does is it
a
brings
way
you
to deal with some media.
it brings you into the seventh G-force stage, which is total euphoria, and then takes you into the eighth, which is euthanism, right? So it's designed to eliminate human beings, right?
Wow.
But it looks like a roller coaster.
I'm
It's
actually
the
not
last thrill
opposed
ride.
to this to that. I tried just to test God.
Right?
I'm that dumb that way. I'll do anything. I'll take that dare.
I
Hey,
don't think you're
this
dumb at
is a
all,
killer roller coaster. Let's try it.
right? Well, I don't think you're dumb at all. This coaster's been around for 3, 4, 5 years. I think it's not a new thing, right? So I've
Yeah.
never heard of it being in play, but if they needed it to be in play, it's available. That technology is there, right? So,
Well, people would line up for it too. They
right?
wouldn't even realize, it's like Soylent Green. Like that movie haunted me last year just because it was set in 2022. And then all of a sudden we're getting our government, oh no, you need to eat crickets. You
Right?
need,
Well,
and all of these things. And it's just like, I've watched the movie, I think 3 times last year. And I was just like, damn, we're so screwed. We are
see,
just
there's
so
a,
screwed.
there's a scene there. There's a scene in the movie where Charlton Heston brings some food back to the old guy with the beard, and the old guy's reading a book, and he closes the book, and the book has the year 2020 on the cover, right?
It
Yeah.
was that was
So
the
I was
movie was
posting that.
set And look at last year. It was so damn bizarre. Like,
right?
what did we go through?
I was posting that stuff during the lockdown and stuff, like doing that revelation kind of thing. It's like, okay, well, this stuff's been out for a while. So, Soylent Green, that came out in 1973, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting movie.
There's a whole lot of foreshadowing, like the movie
I
I Am
know.
Legend. The beginning of I Am Legend shows there's like this interview with this doctor,
Oh,
Dr.
yeah.
Pippin. He says we've cured cancer and we've replaced She makes it an allegory.
That
like
movie gave me nightmares.
Yeah,
And
but-
I'm an adult.
But it's like, I think that the jabs are going to create some kind of psychotic violence. There's a lot of people that are psychotically
Have you
violent.
seen the Karens lately? Or
Zombie Nation, right?
you know, like something is going on, obviously.
See, in the Washington Post, New York Times, Canadian Channel Weather Network, in that last November, they were talking about the ice melting and how a 45,000-year-old zombie virus was being exposed to the Earth.
Oh, that's
So
what
they,
see,
right? So they threw that out there, right, for future whatever, right? I got to go lift my dog up. I'll be right back.
No worries. Yeah, you deal with the puppies.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in that ice. Stuff from hundreds of billions.
Oh
of years
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah,
I used to think about that when I was a kid. I was like, well, what happened?
I know. I did. I did
in the
too.
dinosaur days.
Yeah.
You know.
There is something in there, and it's I can even like think I can't switch a lot of things off with people on stream, but I can pull up the article about how much is you get like 50,000 years, 100,000 years of dead material compacted in the ice that is melting. And all of a sudden, stuff comes out. And, you know, it's actually like.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't really believe something like that is buried.
They were actually aware of this a while ago, and they're like, well, this could be a problem. But you know, the Russians are not really worried about too many things. It's
Yeah,
like,
see, I think it's more a thing of China maybe lacing our ice or something, and you've got no way of telling whether it's 45,000 or 50,000 years old, right?
well, China is doing that. I'm not going to dispute you on that, but you know, this has been a common fact in archaeology. You know, or okay, to put it in simple terms, have you ever defrosted your freezer? Say you've crammed a bunch of stuff in there, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh my goodness, what is that? Did something die in there? And no, it's preserved in ice, and then it's expired, but it still preserves itself. And then it almost becomes a mummified state, which is why we get such perfect, you know, woolly mammoth
Right.
things,
But
you know.
they've got no real way of figuring out how old, right? Because carbon dating is based on the rock in the area, and the rock in the area is based on carbon dating. There's nothing really to base anything on, because they're basing two things on hypothesis. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they can't really tell the age of something. So that's why you have a tree in the rock of the Grand Canyon, and the bottom of it's 10,000 years old, and the top of it's 300 years old. Right, and that's because of the
that
carbon
would make
dating.
sense because trees grow on top of each other.
Yeah,
Timber,
but the
Timber
tree,
can attest to that one. Like
but the
little
whole tree died at the same time. The whole tree died at the same time. It was just the way the water came down and the way the sediment settled to make it look right. So it made it look like part of the tree is 2,000 years older than another part of the tree, when it's actually the same era. Right?
Sort of true, sort of. We can agree to disagree on that one, okay?
There's a guy out at Pepsi-Cola, Florida, called Ken Hovland. He was a really strong. He was a scientist who became a Christian, and now he's a
Yeah, I
Christian
know Ken
scientist.
Nolan. Like, I know that bastard.
Right.
Did I
He's
say
got
bastard? I
he's
mean,
got some weird hypothesis though. He's just an example, right? Like,
oh God, I know so many channels with Kent Hovind, and it just wow, no, like
he talks about dinosaurs, and I don't believe in
no,
dinosaurs.
he
Right?
doesn't. Not in a logical or serious way. You're talking about Kent Hovind. Like, sorry, dude. Like,
No, I know, but it's a hypothesis, though, right? It's a
yes,
way
the
of looking at it,
dinosaurs were on the ark. Yes. Okay. We'll
right?
go with that. Let's just.
See, and I don't believe in dinosaurs. I believe in dragons, right? That they existed one time. They're probably being mistaken as dinosaurs now, right? But that's
Kind of like that.
right,
You know, I like dragons.
right. And there's more dragons in folklore than there are dinosaurs in folklore,
Well,
right?
but do they still exist? Like, do we still? Okay, just to show you what I'm doing. See, I'm starting to fill it in. And then when I cut it across, there's a form of tarot cards like gypsy fortune telling cards. And this would be an awesome way to make a deck.
Right.
And I'm just having fun filling this in, and I'm loving this discussion. Please go on.
When I read cards, I read the Lakota Flat Lodge cards, and I read the Dragon cards for 14 years.
Nice.
Yeah, both good decks. Both based on weight. Well, the Lakota Sweat Lodge isn't great, but yeah. And my metaphysical store that went out of business in year 2000. Well, for me anyway, we sold it, right? So when that was coming into play, Amazon actually put me out of business or gave me a run for my money because they came to a point where you could buy a tarot card on anything. Like there's the golfer's tarot card even. Right?
Yeah, I know. It just sort of it became faddish. It's still kind of faddish.
Very watered down, right? Like
Yeah.
when you go to Jimmy's or Starbucks and order a coffee, you don't ask them to add 3/4 water, 1/4 coffee. So why would we do that in other things, right? Like tarot cards or Bibles, even, right? Like a lot of the new
Well,
Bibles, new
I
transcripts, now they're very watered.
you know, I'm 50-50 on that one. Like, I mean, I would be a hypocrite if I said, "Oh no, you shouldn't do any kind of your own tarot cards," when obviously I am starting on a
Right.
deck. You know, that's just but at the same time, I have gotten into it with like versions of the Bible because if it's unethical to change it so much, and that's what I
Right.
got into it with the Swaggarts with, because all of Jimmy's words were in red letter. And if you are a Pentecostal, you know, okay, my Bible's over there. I'm not touching it right now. It's busy.
Right.
Sorry, it's talking to Jesus, but all of Jesus' words were in red so that
Right.
people who were learning the Bible could understand it better. What the Swaggarts have done with their Bible, even though, hey, they're great at music, good people, but they put all of Jimmy's interpretations in red letter.
Right.
So you understand what's going to happen. People who are not, you know, Pentecostals are, I hate to say it, are not the most literate people on the planet.
So a lot of Bibles have also erased the Old Testament. They've kept Psalms, Proverbs, and has the New Testament.
Yeah,
right?
they put
So
some.
there are some things in the Old Testament that we need to remember. One that covers swaggart is in Ezekiel 13 and talks about false prophets. Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
one that you should be aware of is a verse that says, King Solomon went to a seer, and in the eyes of God it was good. Okay, so that's where your tarot cards and that come in. If you look at the horoscope and you look at numerology, that's all based on the stars and the planets. And the very first words in the Bible is God created the universe, right? He created the maps, right, to our personalities, to our beings, to our way of life, to the way the water moves, right? So man has watered down the Bible in many ways, just like somebody would pour 3/4 cup of water into a quarter cup of coffee. It's not your full-bodied coffee. It's watered down
I
to.
can appreciate that. Yeah.
Right? So
But I
if you
mean,
look at the New International Version, the Bible, right? It's taken the word blood out of many scriptures, right? And the blood of Christ is what it's all about, right? And that's one of the reasons why Christ's words were written in red and not green or blue or something like
yeah.
that to
And
represent
so
the
when
blood of
Jimmy
Christ.
Swaggart goes in
Right?
with, and he puts his words in red, not Jesus's words in red.
Right. So
And
he's the
still
one
they're
pouring.
trying to
He's the
manipulate
one
it.
pouring in 3/4 of a cup of water on this, right? He's
Yeah.
the one that's watering down that coffee right now, right? It's no longer the substance that it used to be,
Exactly.
right?
Oh, this is turning out so cool. This is actually turning out way better than I imagined it would. Okay, just to draw it in. You see how when I start filling it in,
Yeah.
it just makes
Go
they don't look
full
like
screen.
stickers anymore. You
Go full
know?
screen.
Okay, I will. Um,
There you are.
there you are. See?
Go.
You can see the difference between like what I haven't, what I've done, and also everything on this side. I'm gonna fill in more. So eventually, it's gonna look like it pops out, and then I'm gonna cut all of this into pieces and make it into little tarot cards.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited.
So,
It's intimidating, but I'm excited about this project. It's fun. I'm gonna pull you guys back up. Group play it. Group play it. Yes. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Oh God. Please no.
so how are the winds in Florida right now?
They're rather blustery.
Yeah. I'm just glad you're in a good spot for it. Or I guess there's no good spot for it. I
What did
mean,
Law of Faith say? They said, I see you guys and dogs and Dairy Queen because they don't give
yeah, I
matches
have
out.
no idea what the fuck that means.
Yeah, and it's like 4 subscribers and no videos.
It's a troll account. Don't worry about it.
The wings in Florida are not proceeding the cause of damage. Good for you. I hope you figure stuff out.
Okay, I think Law. I think Let's just make sure this is turned down, and we're gonna just,
Speaking in riddles.
yeah, exactly. We're just gonna have a little moment where There we go. You can just
Yeah.
you
If
can
you
think,
click,
they can think about it, use their big people words. I'm really hopeful for them.
if you actually go to that channel, it's a new channel. There's no subscribe
Yeah,
or one
I know.
subscriber, no
No,
videos, right?
it's a troll account
No,
because
they
I'm
got
being
4
very-
subscribers, and usually those are sock accounts.
Oh, do
Yeah,
they? Okay. I only saw one earlier. One subscriber, 0 videos.
I've
I
got like
know. I know. Just don't even pay attention. What
I
were
got
we
over
talking
16
about?
years here, man. I know
Anyone
I
see
know the
Sound of
stock
Freedom?
account. It's a
Yeah,
lot of
Sound of Freedom.
Yeah,
great
that was
movie.
a good movie.
So Sound of Freedom is on my BitChute channel, which is Timber Traveler or Think Right.
Good, nice.
Right.
Yeah,
So when they decide to take it down, hopefully they don't take it down off that channel as well.
I don't think they will. I think you're safe because I
Well,
mean,
I've been getting some censoring though, right? So and I can't
they
put
actually have
anything from
it,
my
don't they?
channel on nothing from my channel can go on Facebook anymore. It just says, "Oh, you've tried posting that before. Try again later." Right?
Yeah.
No matter what video I try.
Oh, this is so cool.
You know, it's really there's a very small percentage of channels that actually create content. Most of the accounts on YouTube are all these faceless channels.
I
stock
had
accounts.
one. Yeah.
Right.
It
And
was
there's like all these really big YouTubers with millions of subscribers and all this
Right.
BS. And the middle, like people like myself or Cryptameria, we're like caught in the middle. You know?
Right.
oh
And
well,
even myself, like I've been researching 34 years and I
something
don't do a
I
program
don't
like
worry about my
crypto.
subs.
I'm an info sharer, right? So I post other people's videos and stuff. I do 250 hours of research probably every month. Like crypto does a lot of research. Canada, you need to know, does a lot of research. And it's
Yeah,
all of us coming together to
yeah,
express our opinions, our views, and our hypothesis, which is really helping bringing us to where we are today from where we were 20, 30 years ago, too, right?
yeah.
You know, people like Art Bell had a huge, huge input in where we are today, right? People like David Icke, Maxwell
Yeah.
Jordan, right? All these people had a huge input rather. Um, and some of them were info sharers and some of them were great researchers and some of them were just very gifted with species and events that came into their life, let's say, right? I say species because Jordan Maxwell is a very interesting individual.
I'm not familiar with him.
Okay. He I
Art
call
Bell.
him the grandfather of truth. He passed away a year ago, March, at the age of 84. But I'll send you some links to his stuff, Krista.
Okay, sounds good.
It'll be on my channel, but it's yeah, he's a pretty amazing guy.
I used to listen to Bill Cooper.
Okay, yeah. And,
He warned everybody about
people again,
9/11 before it happened.
right?
Yeah,
Whitley Strieber.
I
Whitley
remember that.
Strieber still doing stuff.
Huh?
You know Whitley Strieber? He was on the Art Bell show. He did a podcast actually yesterday. Very amazing man.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been down the rabbit hole now for 18 years on the World Trade Center, and lost a friend in the South Tower in 2010. Cass Sunstein said they were going to infiltrate the truth movement, and then you had Judy Wood with the energy weapon thing that totally destroys the evidence of thermate bringing down those buildings, and it really pissed me off because my friend was killed, and all of a sudden there was all these kooks walking around going, "Oh, it was an energy weapon, it wasn't thermate," and it's like, really, I want those people prosecuted. So it just totally ruins any kind of evidence. You know, people want to believe in a science fiction story rather than the facts of the case, and they brought those buildings down with explosives.
Exactly. Building 7 had a lot. They had a lot of information archived in that building, right? They had to take it down because there's
They
too much
did.
evidence.
Oh yeah.
All the Vioxx lawsuits were in that
Yeah.
building.
Oh, there's
They-
more.
they-
There's way more. It's disgusting.
So on that note, if you look at the planes that hit the towers and that, those planes did not have windows. Okay, they were not a commercial aircraft. And I think what happened to the original commercial aircraft that they were supposed to
landed in
be,
Ohio.
right? They were probably, remember I was talking about the G7, G8. You know, they probably went up into an orbit high enough so that it would euthanize the people and then just die away, right? There's a guy by the name of he's an ex-hockey player, Boyd Anderson, and he's got a video on YouTube called Under the Radar 555 537. He did 5 goals in 3 minutes 7 seconds. That's why the 537. But he talks about this and the Middle East influence. But he also talks about how every jet that is made by Boeing has a twin made that's hidden, right? Because Boeing is, of course, owned and governed by the Rothschilds, right?
Yeah. But the radar data and the black box, I mean the transponders, all the planes turned off their transponders within 3 minutes of each other. And not in DC 9/11 Truth in my activism, we would meet once a month and talk about progress made on an investigation. And there was pilots that came, pilots for 9/11 Truth, and the flight path they were able to they flew into areas where there's like no radar and turned off their transponders. So so when the plane that supposedly hit the Pentagon flew 20 feet above the ground at 400 miles an hour, it's like totally impossible for a plane like that to do that.
I know that was almost a missile.
And it missed all the 30-foot telephone poles and the parking lots and stuff on its way in, right?
It was,
But it hit a light pole, and that light pole hit that cab. You see the interview with that cab driver?
Yeah, a long time ago now.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting. On Google Video, there used to be an interview with these two Arlington, Virginia cops who were at the gas station across from the Pentagon. And they said the plane was black and brown.
Interesting.
Yeah, and
I've heard that they were. I've heard that they were disguised scuds, right? But they would be pretty large to be something like that. But I know one thing for sure: if you have an aluminum something, whatever it is, an airplane or not, it will not go into a concrete steel building and come out the other side, right?
The engine came out the other side. It was off of Church Street, like 3 blocks away. The engine that was found on the lawn of the Pentagon was not the same. The serial number on the engine was not the same as supposedly the one that hit the Pentagon.
Right.
I think they hit the Pentagon with a missile, with a rocket. There's rocket batteries that are underground around the Pentagon, and no plane can go within that airspace that doesn't have a military transponder.
Right. See, there were certain floors too of certain towers that were shut down for a month for renovations prior to that, where they could have easily located engines into an area, right? So that when that did happen, there would be some kind of shrapnel pointing towards that, right?
That's a little bit extravagant, but I know that William Rodriguez said that like Tower 1 was 40% vacant, and Tower 2, where my friend was 60% vacant. And on those vacant floors, William Rodriguez, who worked in the stairways, he said that they heard heavy equipment on those vacant floors, and he was just like, I don't want to get involved. He didn't investigate it, but Ace Elevator took over the World Trade Center elevator contracts 6 weeks before it, and it used to be done by Otis, and Ace Elevator disappeared afterwards. There's no such company anymore. So I think that's where they put.
Interesting. I've never heard of that. Wow.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out more. That's cool. I haven't heard of that either. I did a lot of research back in that day too, of what was going on, because I knew right away that there, it was like inside off, right?
Yeah. it's wild, man.
Yeah, and
It's gone
Otis
so
is
far from
like
this thing.
the company for New York. Like that is one of the, trademark elevator companies. So for it to have a weird replacement, that's
Otis, my
disturbing
man.
actually.
The
Oh,
trade. What did he buy? He bought the trade centers. What's his name? Just prior to that too,
Silverstein.
for
yeah.
for like just such a low ball price, right?
Yeah.
He insured it for billions of dollars and came out on top. He's got his payout, and he didn't give any money to any first responders, any firefighters, or nothing.
I don't think he paid billions though, right? It was only like 1 or 2 or something. It wasn't.
Yeah, he made a lot of money. His insurance settlement was very, very lucrative, and it was,
Right.
of course, insured for terrorism because of 1993.
Right.
So, but
Yeah. Desert
I met a
Storm.
lot of FDNY. Gave John Castellucci a ride in my cab in 2019 from one of the hotels to one of the ships in Cape Canaveral. And I told him about my friend who died he was on the 89th floor of Tower 2. And he gave me a hug and gave me a $50 tip. But he said, tell everybody you know. There's a lot of those 343 firefighters. They didn't think those buildings were going to fall because everybody knew those buildings were designed to withstand a 707. That wasn't their concern. And when they were falling, it's like, whoa.
Implosion.
But
I know.
they it's pretty wild, man. God.
Isn't it? It's hard to fathom the diabolical that another being. I'm not even going to call them human. That another being or a group of beings could design something like this to take out that much life without any repercussion or like. Do
Yeah.
they sleep at night? Right? Do they still have dreams? Like, do they? Like what kind of individuals would create something like this shit? Right?
Well, I think that I call them the spiders, like the above the 1%. They're the evil beings that have been on this planet, for forever, and they're like the oligarchs, like whoever is above the Bilderbergs, and
Right.
the cycle of our planet is coming to a very violent end, and they're
Like the
grabbing up
60s
everything they
in
can.
Crystal.
Yeah. I would. Yeah. See, I tend to call them draconian reptilian, right?
Yeah.
In school, I mean, I don't believe a lot of what I learned in school, but I did when we were talking about parasites, right? There's a parasite that needs to feed off its host and keep its host alive, and there's the parasite that needs to kill its host off in order to survive. And the one that kills off its host, I would believe would be like the draconian, and the ones that need the host to survive would be more like a reptilian or something, some sort of being that's been around, right? And probably integrated with the human species at one time. Um, I don't know. I could be way off too, right? But
Well, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's like, what are you going to do about it? Like, what can any of us do about it?
We can't do
we can
anything about it,
research
but
and
we can
info
certainly
share.
talk about it.
I
Right?
can do
Exactly.
pictures. It's getting
Research, info share, talk about it, spread your ideas, right?
Yeah,
Don't put anything in
I have a
writing.
video. I have a video where I went to NIST in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and it's on my channel still, I think. And this cop comes up to me and he goes, "I need your ID." And I said, "I'm not committing a crime. I'm on a public sidewalk, And everybody else, all these other people, they were so docile. These people I was with, they were so obedient. They gave their ID, and I was like, "Don't do that. You have rights,
Right.
man. Use your rights or you lose them. Don't complain,
Right.
don't blame me." But it's I don't know, I have a playlist that might be in But there's a whole lot of stuff that I've done over the past 16 years. That's because I was in D.C. a lot, and I every Saturday I used to go to the White House. There's a vigil that used to be there that started in 1981 against nuclear proliferation. And I used to volunteer at this vigil, and I used to photograph the White House every Saturday and film there. And one time the Secret Service cop was like, "Don't film me," and he rode away on his bicycle and he dropped his handcuffs.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, he made himself look like an asshole.
He's nothing more than a copsicle.
Yeah.
So, Crypta,
Yeah?
if I could get you to phone text me his channel link, I'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Give me a second.
I can't do anything when I'm on my Android
Yeah.
on
No
camera.
worries. I'll get.
I can put it in.
One more. Yeah.
I can do it for you.
So I can't get into the chat right now because I'm on my Android.
I'll text it to him. Just put it in there because other people
I'll put
want
my
it.
channel in.
Yeah, just put it in there. And
I'm like 85% off grid.
sorry, I'm just so distracted. I'm sorry. I am a bad host. I'm just so excited about where this is going.
There you go.
Don't be sorry.
There's my channel.
There we go.
Okay, see, I can't get into chat right now, so
I have like 100 playlists, so that's a good way to go find specific things. That it's not just a stream of videos. I have what's called required viewing. I'm a guitar player and I post my own music, but
there you go.
I always doing augmented animated titles, where I take scenes from movies and do like animated titles on the screen.
There we
go. Fun. I made up a character called the Paranoid Prepper a couple of years ago. Cool. People thought it was pretty funny.
It's actually a good name.
Yeah, it's really funny. Can I play? Can you play one of my? It's only 55 seconds.
Thanks, Crypta.
Absolutely.
No,
just put it in there, and I'll figure out how to play it.
Crypta just sent me your link, so thank you.
Yeah, I got it.
You guys will think this is only like 55 seconds long, so I think you really get a kick out of this. I can
down the Sharpie for a minute.
I was a zombie in the remake of the 2004 remake of Dawn of the Dead, by the way.
Yeah, this is cool.
Really cool.
Zack Snyder.
Jack Snyder. Cool.
Yeah.
So maybe on my BitChute channel, I go down to Victoria almost every Saturday to Freedom Fight. Saturday was my 80th trip since a convoy. So on Fridays, I usually post a movie, so that I don't have to do anything on my BitChute for a couple channels. So I will actually post that movie probably this Friday.
You know what George Carlin said about freedom fighters? He said, if crime fighters fight crime and firefighters fight fire, what do freedom fighters fight?
1%.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, Carlin is good.
Yeah, he's a very smart guy.
Yeah. He was way ahead of his time, that guy.
A lot of what he was talking about has happened. Like everything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that his death was prematurely set up as well, right? Like so many others.
Yeah, Eddie Van Halen died because he couldn't get his cancer treatment because of the lockdown.
Right. And he had money.
I met Eddie three times, and he was a really nice guy. He was totally. I gave him a 1913 $50. I met him in 2014. He was at the Smithsonian, and
give me a second.
I gave it to him. I said, "You're the reason I kept playing guitar. That I kept up with it. He inspired me. And he's a nice guy."
Saw him in concert 3 times, but never got to meet him.
Saw Van Halen 12 times.
Nice.
I'm a Van Halenite.
Right.
I don't know.
I think I've blown more speakers on "Hot for the Teacher" than any other song.
I think we all did.
I'm a drummer, right?
That
So
was a
it's
good song. Here we go. Give me a second. It's okay. Okay. And let's just turn this up. Sorry,
Paranoid Pepper.
I've almost got it organized. I am a somewhat functional mammal. I have my moments. Hopefully this is one. Where the hell is it? There we go. Share.
Oh, cool.
Play up on full screen.
This is gonna be funny.
There you go. There we go. Okay. And let's just pull this back. There we go.
Done set up them claymores. Behind us him. On my shimmy hang. The ribbon chains. Man of corn smith in the masshole. I set up I set up them claymores. You see, you got some parts everywhere. You see, you done had your way with my bags, and I took you out. You didn't get any lunch. So, who's gonna come in here, take my bags, mess with my stuff? All right then, get out of it.
Awesome.
awesome.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that
I
was
wanted to pitch that to Netflix, a short series called Paranoid Prepper, but I don't know.
well, they're kind of fussy.
Well, I have a lot of respect for people who are prepared and survivalists. That's important, and I did it with a kind of a respect for them. It's supposed to be comedy for preppers. Okay.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be for people who, you know.
Well, I think that's the problem because a lot of people don't understand the difference. It's so outside of their realm. It's something we understand, but a lot of people they can imagine, having to live outside a certain,
Right. And I think a lot of people they prep to a certain extent, but they don't go the full distance, right? They get ready, they got a lot of food, or they got a lot of water stashed, but it's in their house, right? They'd have nothing stashed a couple miles away or 10 miles away,
that's
right?
actually a good idea.
Right. So like I've got my stash in my house, but I've got a blob that is a 5 hours walk from where I am that'll sustain me for 3 days to get me to my next blob, which is a bug out bag, right? Where I could actually hunker down for a couple months and sustain, right, with one, possibly two other people,
That's
right?
it. Yeah. Well, that's a good option,
But it's not just collecting and storing food and water, right? We need to know how to survive. If the animals survive, we need to know how to trap or snare them. We need to know what kind of plants that are edible, what kind of plants aren't, right?
Yeah.
Crypto on Vancouver Island, we have 5 different types of tree bark that we could eat and survive off, where a lot of people don't realize that. It might be bark, might sound gross, but it's probably better than eating grubs or crickets.
I actually have lived off it because I was so broke after university. Like literally no shame.
Right.
So, if you know what to survive off of the land, even though it's just like you're sort of like, wow, this isn't how I expected my life to go after university. I am foraging through the bush, but Hey, I'm still alive today.
We got mushroom season coming up on the island here too, chanterelles and a few other species, and they
Right.
all hold and contain vitamin D's and stuff, right? They all dry and dehydrate really well, and are
Yeah.
storeable for very long lengths of time, and they weigh nothing to carry them,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or 10 pounds of wet mushrooms is 1 pound dry, right? And
Yeah.
that's a lot of mushrooms, right? That's a lot of vitamins.
I think there's a lot of foods like that that, people should, I mean, I have a whole cupboard of pastas and rices and the flour and, all those staples. But at the same time, it really depends on the emergency. If you have to get out of the city, you want stuff that is compact, freeze dried, and you want your bag ready to go by your door.
Right. So, and it doesn't even really have to be freeze dried. You can use other techniques, right? Like
Oh yeah,
think of
yeah.
a think of a wheel of cheese and wax.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Wax
Like
is a great preservative, right? So,
exactly. Just don't use the scented kind.
okay, so now, so where these fires are right now, next year there's going to be a berry come up called a bunch berry, and they're a bunch of little white berries that come in clusters, and that's where they make Max out of. So if you can collect those berries and
Okay.
process them, then you can make your own preservatives to cover your own, right? Honey's
That's
another one,
cool.
right?
I'm gonna have to look that one up.
Right. If you have a bunch of beef in that, right, and you put it in
Yeah.
containers surrounded in honey, it's not going to go bad. That honey will preserve it.
Yeah, yeah. Honey is a good preservative.
There's a lot of different things. Curry's another one, right?
Yeah. Salt.
Right. You were talking about
It
eggs,
really depends what you want to preserve, but you know, there are so many options. Vinegar. Like right
right?
now, recycling isn't taking glass jars, so I'm trying to save actually as many as I can.
Right.
Just, because, at least I can preserve some things. Like any pasta in the jar is going to keep longer.
You were talking about eggs a couple months ago too, right? You can water boil the eggs in a lime solution, and eggs will last up to 8 months,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So yeah, it's important that we yeah, prepping isn't just about storing food, right? There's a lot of
It
knowledge we
isn't,
need to
well,
take in as well.
it's also about knowing, like, you can store all this food, but in an emergency, you might not be able to take it. What can you take in your emergency bag?
Yeah. So even
Just to show
here's
you.
one too. Let's say the forest around you is burning, okay, and you're in a fire zone. You can't see very much because there's smoke all around you. You need to find a direction to go in. The sun is out, but the sun is very big because there's so much smoke in it, right?
Mhm.
You can find a direction extremely easy just by taking a penknife and putting it on the top of your thumbnail. Okay, and you turn it, you'll see a little bit of a shadow, right? And when
Like,
that shadow is the
like,
skinniest, you know it's pointing towards the sun. So if you
like.
have an idea what time of day it is, you can find direction just from that, whether it's smoke or fog or
Thank
whatever.
you. That is a cool hack. And like, I actually always have a little blade or knife with me.
Okay. So
You,
if you take that blade and you just put it on your thumbnail and just push down slightly, your thumbnail will turn white and you'll be able to see the shadow of the blade. Right. So on the next cloudy day, go outside and try that.
I will.
Right?
It's
And you'll be able to get
probably
direction, right?
tomorrow, so
Right. Just little things like that, right?
yeah,
The Big Dipper points at the North Star at 10 p.m. in August. Right?
yeah.
Things like that, you can find direction, right? You can find your way out of bad situations, right? So we need to learn these things.
Well, I think so too. I mean, you know, I think we've lost a lot of that. We're not teaching our kids that. They're isolated. They're just sitting around at home playing video games. And I know I shouldn't judge because I love video games, but it's not healthy. The amount of time or the media they're watching even,
right?
you know.
And I grew up probably about 150 miles away from the Alaska border. We had pretty harsh, cold, extreme winters, pretty deep snow, things like that.
Mhm.
And as a child, my parents always made me have a pee before I went to bed, and they always gave me a snack before I went to bed, right?
Mhm.
And it sounds like they're great parents, but what they really did is when I had that pee, it made it so that my body wasn't keeping water warm unnecessarily and burning calories to keep that water warm. And that snack gave me food so that I would start digesting it, which creates movement and heat in the
Yeah.
digestion of the calories within my body.
Well,
So what
hey,
they
I
were
grew
actually,
up up north. I can appreciate that one. You
so
kind
they
of
were
have to do that.
they were teaching me a survival technique when I was just thought I was getting a nice snack for being a good boy for having a pee before I went to bed, right?
Yeah.
But it was ingrained into me, right? So now I grew up doing that, and I still do that as a 60-year-old, right? And if things get cold or I'm in a cold environment, I remember to do that, right? So that you're warming up your metabolism and you're not heating things up that don't need to be heated anymore, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Just such simple little things that could save your life, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and people aren't. You know, when Texas got that cold spell, a lot of people didn't make it just because they weren't used to that kind of cold.
Right, right. And
It's
people
normal
eat,
for us. It's just not normal for Texas.
people will be in extreme cold and they can't find water, so they'll eat snow thinking that it's frozen water and it's okay, but eating that snow can actually kill them. But if
Yeah,
they were to
yeah,
melt
that's
it,
it.
right?
I know that one. That one actually, like, people, you'll tell people that one, and they're like, "That sounds so fake," but you
You,
actually have to
you,
melt it
you got to
before
melt it
you
and
drink
drink it,
it.
right? Got to
Yeah,
melt it, drink it. So,
because you're actually expending more energy on cold,
yeah,
and it'll actually but if you melt it first, if you can find a fire source, you can heat it up enough that you your body isn't making expending extra heat to
right.
for this water. If you just eat ice, although I think I'm a freak, I literally can eat just straight ice, but that's not normal
But
for.
that could kill you. But if you, okay,
Well,
you,
I
you
also
smoke,
drink vodka like, it's water. Like, there's a lot of things that can kill me in my life, you know?
right? But even, okay, I smoke weed, right? I always have a bag of weed with me. If I take the weed out of my bag,
I love
if
this.
I put some snow or ice into it, and every time I exhale a breath, I exhale into the bag, I melt that ice or snow eventually so that I can get to the point where I
Yeah.
can drink a bit of it, right? There's a lot of different ways around it, right? But
Or if
we,
you have a plastic bag, um, there is a way to use it as a magnifying glass to start a fire. I think you've seen that one, that one. Like,
so
you don't need a lot of survival gear to stay alive. You just need to know what you're doing, and also just feel confident and not I think a lot of people panic, and that's where, obviously there's still bad things happen, but sometimes people get into these situations and then it's like they panic.
Definitely.
And
We
I
live
think anyone
rainforest.
who's been in the bush has had that experience. Like, you have had that moment, you're like, oh fuck, this is a dumb idea. I could actually die this way.
I've been there. Definitely.
Yeah.
We live in a rainforest. We have a lot of water that comes down in the winter. We have high winds.
Oh yeah.
But you've been out in the bush, so how many old cedar stumps have you seen out there that have been out there for 80, 90, 100 years? Right?
Yeah.
If you start kicking one of those open, the centers are rotted. The
Yeah.
outside is
Oh god,
rotted.
yeah, yeah. You can like actually sink into them, and it's actually freaky. Like, you got like, I know that everyone thinks like, oh, I can just walk along. No, you can't just walk along the logs. You can actually die.
Yeah.
Thank you
But
for
those
coming on.
trees,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm glad.
definitely.
I'm glad you're safe. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just so distracted. Like,
Those cedar stumps, though, they also have some dry wood kindling inside of them.
mhm.
If you
Oh yeah.
kick a stump apart, you're going to find some dry cedar here on the west coast of Canada, right?
And if you got a little spark, you can get a little fire.
Right. So when I go into the bush, I have a Bic lighter in my left pocket, and I always have my Zippo in my right pocket. Right. Even if I run out of fluid, I still have a flint. Right.
Can I?
If I open up my Zippo, there's a piece of felt there. If you lift up the felt and I dump it out, I've got 15 flints under my felt. Okay,
See,
that'll last me a couple
been,
years.
I've been saving all my old Bics just for the flints.
So,
I'll be right back. Okay.
so grab a Zippo too. Right? Techniques that can save your life. I hope our friend in Florida is going to be okay there. He sounds like he's a smart man, and I think he'll be okay as long as he can find a good place to hunker. I've never been in a hurricane. Can't imagine. We get storms here on the west coast, Canada, late October, November, that are pretty much what we'd consider hurricane force. I don't know, 110, 130, 140 or mile an hour winds I've seen. They're not common, more like 100, 110 kilometer winds, right? Which would be like 70, 80, 90 mile an hour winds. And I've been out foraging, mushroom picking in pretty high winds, bad weather, rain, and we've got some pretty big Douglas fir in that here on Vancouver Island area. And it's usually when that tree is swaying 15 feet of center on both sides, so 30-foot sway. That's when I usually start walking out of the bush. By that time, we already got branches and stuff flying off, so it's a little bit dangerous. But I grew up out there too, right? So I kind of know what to watch, what to hear, what to listen for. But with the high logging, with forest fires, with the beetles that are killing our trees, with some of the root funguses that are finding their way into our trees, some of them, like the elm. We've got to be aware too that when these winds come up, there's a lot of trees that have never experienced the high winds before, and they're going to come over a lot easier than they would normally, right? Because they used to have a forest beside them and they had a buffer zone. When they log or that where it gets burnt out, that buffer zone's gone, and the forests that you are in become more deadly, more lethal, and dangerous, right? So
Yeah.
always know your surroundings.
Yeah, I know. When you're in the bush, never like, I've seen a lot of people take it for granted. Like, don't have your headphones in. Pay attention to your surroundings. It sounds simple, but that's actually a hard thing. I know one tree planter up north, out there jogging with her headphones in, gets attacked by a pack of wolves. Didn't even hear him. And I'm like, no, why didn't you just, you're in the middle of nowhere. Why do you even need your headphones in?
Right.
Blast that music. When I was in Shawnigan, I would just like blast heavy metal, like everything, and no kitties, no critters would ever fuck with me. Like, I think animals have learned over time, heavy metal equals guns. So even if you don't have a gun, if you have heavy metal, like those, it's in
See,
their DNA by now.
myself, I might have my headphones over my shoulders if I take them out, but I usually leave them at
Yeah,
home if I'm going in foraging or whatever. But
yeah,
I'll put bells on my dogs, bear bells and stuff, so that
yeah,
other animals can hear them.
yeah,
Myself, okay, so this is the hat I wear in the forest, right? So
yeah,
if you look on the back of my hat, right, I got eyeballs.
yeah.
Okay? A cougar's not going to attack me from the back because he's got
It'll
eyeballs
do
looking,
that.
right?
Yeah.
And if I'm
I
wearing
did
it from the
stuff like that.
side, if
I
a
would do
cougar's
stuff
going to
like that.
cougar's going to attack me from the side, I got my peripherals, right? And because I know my surroundings and I've been looking around as I walk through the bush, I have a pretty good idea of what's going down, right? So
Hmm.
I was out one day picking chanterelle with my stepdad, and there was a little knoll. It wasn't very high at all, right? Like I could walk over it in half a minute. It was as long as my motorhome. But we were on our hands and knees. He's picking mushrooms on one side. I'm picking mushrooms on the other. We were going down the edge, working our way towards each other. Only he never showed up. Right, and he was on his hands and knees, but he got this little line of mushrooms, and rather than watch his surroundings and where he was, he ended up on the highway 4.5 miles away as a crow flies, and I had like an 8 mile walk to get back to the van. Right, and it was a couple hours later, I was ready to go for search and rescue, but it was all because he wasn't watching what he was doing as he was doing it. Right,
Yeah.
always maintaining, right, keeping a focus. So I've been thinking of doing a channel, just survival tips of timber. Right,
That would
just
be a cool one.
yeah, but doing actually, some of it would be live, but a lot of it would be pre-recorded because I'd be out there in the bush with my camera. Right,
Yeah. I
I
think
just
that
I
would
just
be a
got to
cool one.
and I just got to do it in an area or areas where I won't be bugging out to, or where my mushroom patches are. Like I go to new ones so that the powers
Yeah.
that be that track my phone don't know exactly where I'm
Yeah,
going. Right,
exactly. Yeah.
they only know where I've been. Right, so when I go to a lot of my patches, not I will stick my phone into a baggie, throw it in under a log or a stump on the edge of town, and I'll pick it up at the end of the day, right? Because and that's why I don't have a lot of videos of me foraging in that, because I don't want to disclose my freaking areas, right? Some of them are worth
Well,
thousands of
okay.
dollars, right?
I know you're sensitive that way. We kind of figured that out the hard way, but I respect that about you. And also, that's why I gave you extra phones. So if something happens to one phone, you still got some others.
Right, for sure.
Like I worry about that with you, you know.
I'll be okay. But as you know, I'm about 85% off grid, right?
Well, that's why I worry about you because,
Right. But
and
I'm still at my location. I'm still doing security on construction, but the house that they were building, 9 bedroom student housing, is now full occupancy.
oh,
So,
congratulations!
so I'm babysitting nothing for
You're
an empty lot,
babysitting, like, yeah, it's
right?
babysitting at this
So,
point. Just
so
say, like, I know
I have,
Asian
I
food
have
is
access. I have access to their Wi-Fi, but I'm hooked up to the Wi-Fi across the road. So there's they pinpoint me but don't pinpoint me at the same time, right? There's
yeah.
so
Oh my God, I am so loving this. It's turning out so cool.
that is cool. Yeah, that's very cool. You got a cool talent.
it's going to come together, and I'm thinking like some parts like this. I'm like, once I get this base, like kind of the grid with some colors like stained glass, I'm gonna fill it in to make it look three-dimensional, with pencil. So it almost looks like if you're on a skyscraper when it's being built, it'll look like construction. That kind of gritty industrial, even though it's like sweet little roses and everything.
I was just thinking of another artist, some really dark stuff, but really beautiful flowers in that in it, right? It's kind of evil Betty Boop stuff. I don't know how you describe it.
That's kind of like me. Well, you know me.
Yeah,
I'm like her.
you're kind of like a Betty Boop.
Yeah, I am. I know. True fault.
I've got huge respect for you, though.
No, we are.
Betty Boop, I don't know if I have respect for Betty Boop.
I did actually several finals on Betty Boop and old cartoons.
Cool.
I'm fascinated with animation, so you know. That's why
Did I tell you? Did I
tonight
tell you what I got?
doing this, I can turn this into so much with AI that I never could. Like, you see how long it's been taking me. I'll fill it in, but when it's done, I can animate it. And before I chop it up for my little tarot card experiment.
Cool.
It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. I'm excited.
You'll have to do me a reading for my birthday. Still a month and a half away, but
The 7th, right? October 7th.
yeah, no.
I remembered. Yay.
You did.
Good.
So hey, do you do these?
Mm-hmm.
We should do some of those around that time.
Sounds good. Yeah. Well, it's around my birthday. It'll just depend on my work. Because I'll be back at the nursery, so I'm just kind of playing the waiting game right now. Enjoying my summer vacation. Or it's not really a summer vacation, it's just in between things.
Right. So you know about the million person march for children coming
Yeah.
up on September 20th at Parliament.
Yeah.
So
Is that Chillica?
they're telling all the schools to walk out at 9 a.m. and then a march at 11 at Parliament, as far as I know, right?
Well,
All across Canada. But I'm not only going to.
Yeah, I can't guarantee. I really want to go. It just
My point to the matter is I'm going to be down there on that day, but I have some rooms to renovate in a house down in Victoria. It's the attic rooms of a house. So I got to redo some plaster, do some painting, and laminate the floors for one of our freedom fighter friends. So I'm going to be down there for a week or so.
if
So
you
we
need
should
a
get
place,
together
if you need
maybe.
a place, like if you need a place.
Well, I was thinking I could come over. You could do a live stream and do a reading live or something, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, you could use those cards you're making.
Yeah.
Nothing like pressure, right?
Yeah. Well, if you're down here and you need a hand, I just don't know what's happening with work right now, but
So that's the thing too. If you're on a
if you
day
need
off
a
or
place
something,
to
right?
stay, I mean, Usually my building is no pets, but the girls are so well behaved, you know. If you
Well,
don't get it.
the homeowner's gonna come up, pick me and the girls up, and we're all gonna go down to Victoria for the week,
Oh, nice.
right?
Well,
So we're gonna be I'll just say the Oak Bay area. We'll be in the Oak Bay area, right?
well,
So
definitely come over and you know.
yeah, I probably won't bring the dogs, right? But they can hang out in the Victorian style house,
Yeah. They can
right?
hang out there, but you can see my place and you know hang out, do a reading. You know.
That's cool because we only did the or when I dropped the computer off. It's the only time I've been to your place, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's you live one block and two houses away from where my grandma lived, which is really cool.
I know.
And so,
There's like this house down the street for sale, and it's literally like there's a house and then the house for sale. And I like every day I look at it, I'm like, if I won the lottery, I would buy that and just, I wouldn't even need to hire, I'd hire movers, but we could just like, you know, basically wheel stuff down the street.
there's enough people pushing shopping carts. Just hire them and their shopping carts.
Exactly. I'm almost like, yeah, like
Seriously though, if you could do that, I would ask you just to move out of that district, out of that 15-minute society that's going into place. Same with Langford, same with the city I'm in, right? Like when the shit hits the fan, right? Um,
okay, sure, I'll do that when you pay
yeah.
for it. I don't have a
Well,
lot of
no, I'm saying
options
I'm
right
saying if you could afford to buy a house in
now. I can.
Victoria, then you could afford to move away from there too, right?
Yeah, but I want to stay on the island. I know you don't want to stay on the island, but I love
Well,
the island.
though I do too. Depends on the community, right? If it were if I was to stay on the island, I wouldn't be near the ocean. I'd be inland, right?
But
Because
I love being by the ocean.
right,
I
well, 85% of the population lives by the ocean, and if they decide to do something to it to take out the population, those areas are no longer going to be oceanside. They will be ocean, right? So if you're inland more, you're going to have an ocean view before too long, probably, right? And if they don't do something, then we've got two fault lines come together on the northwestern side of the island, right?
I
So if
know, but
those ever
okay,
decide,
can I just fucking die happy? Can I ask you that?
well,
No,
you
I'm
can.
just saying, I know everything you were saying. Yes, the ocean will take me out, but I would rather die by it than be a prisoner in land.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a prisoner though. I'd still enjoy it out there, right?
I'd rather
But
die by the
I-
ocean. Sorry, hon.
right, but you're not you're still inland a little bit where you are, right?
Yeah, I'm sort of where I am,
I
but
mean,
I'd rather.
there's waterways close to you that are connected, right? But
But
a
it's
good
like,
area,
I mean, it's like I could die. I could have died so many times as a kid in Alberta. You know, it's
right?
like it's almost like where do you want to pick where you're going to die? And
Right.
I'm like, I'm sorry, like, you know,
So how about Jordan River, Port Renfrew area, up that area?
I love there. I would love there if I could
See,
afford
and
there.
that's
I would buy it.
see areas like that's very feasible too. I mean, if you're gonna go, you're gonna go. You can't help that. Doesn't matter whether you're in that or
Yeah.
on the shore. Shit's gonna happen, right?
So I'd rather
But
be in a pretty place.
but yeah, exactly. So being in a 15-minute district isn't one of those places, right?
No,
You know what I mean? For your livelihood and your sustainability of self, right?
maybe one day.
The one way that
Do not live in a 15-minute district, even though I'm right by Tilcombe,
right,
because I'm traveling to Sydney. I'm traveling to Langford. I'm traveling to Souk. I'm
and
traveling to Nanaimo. I'm traveling
right,
to all these places for work.
So far
Yeah.
though,
Yeah.
right?
So
Once the city barriers and digital currency and that comes into place, it's going to be a lot harder to do that, right? Just being
I'll find
realistic,
a
right?
way. I'll find a way.
Right. One of the best ways to stay away from digital currency is just to not use it or not go there, right? They can't control you if you're not using it, right? So a lot of people are those that can afford are buying gold and silver, things like that.
Yeah,
But
I know.
if you right, but think about this way: there's other precious items to humans that are just as precious as gold and silver, and you can trade, right? Like coffee and chocolate and sugar and water, right? All these things can be tradable items later on too. So you don't necessarily have to invest
Perfect.
$5,000 in gold, right? If you invested $1,000 in the coffee cans and that, you'd still have a comeback later on, right? When people are desiring those things, right? Because
Yeah.
right, how many
Well,
people
we
go to a
actually
Starbucks
could
and
be heading there soon. Like, sorry,
right? No
sorry, I
worries.
get distracted, and I really wanted to draw tonight,
No worries.
and I'm really, really happy with.
So, hey, you want to know something interesting? Um,
Absolutely, always.
I've been I only eat a few different types of meat, right? But I am a meat eater.
Hmm.
Um,
And you make
and
good food.
right, and Feather, I used to call one of her nicknames was Pork Chop because she loved pork chops, right?
Hmm.
They will no longer eat the scraps of any pork that I buy from any store,
Oh wow.
right? So I am cutting that out of my diet now because they've
Yeah.
changed it somehow, right? It's a food that my dogs loved. That's gorgeous,
You see, it's getting there,
right?
and
Very cool.
see, I just have like a few more spots to fill in, and I we're almost at the 4:30 mark. Can I like shut this down, and we can finish up offline?
Sure, definitely.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining me. I will give you the update on how this tarot card is going to end up, because I am so impressed with it. Like some of this,
So,
let me zoom it in a bit. There we go. Yeah, like see how I did like all the shading? I'm gonna do more, and it'll end up looking even more and more 3D. Thank you. So thank you for joining me. I'm glad you were good. You good night to you as well. I'm glad you were safe and in a place, and keep in touch as everyone else. And I'm excited to keep working on this. Like I think this is, last week I did dragons for my art project. This week I think just trying to this might even be like a good month project, but it's going to pay off in the long run, because I am so impressed with how this is coming. Like, I know people were like, when I started it, they were like, "What are you doing?" Like, okay, this is crap. And, you know, and the more I fill in, the more it'll just eventually it'll look like 3D. And at that point, I will do the unthinkable and make it into individual little tarot cards. I'm not sure which way I'm going to do it. If I'm just going to slice it down and do it like the Russian gypsy fortune telling cards, I've kind of laid it out that way. It's just going to be like real messy when I do it. Or I think I might just divide it up, break it up, and make it like, okay, this is their own little shape as a yeah, definitely like and subscribe to each other, and if you can post your links. I'm so impressed with this one, and I'm so excited about the other ones. And it was so funny. I'm like working on the one like this one when that link about all the blue technology came up. I was like, yeah, I'm Dr. Evil. No, this one's gonna be a fun one. Just because I got so much and I really kept it nicely lined up so it's easy to cut out. And you need to stay on there. Stay. Yeah, I kind of moved that one over and I shouldn't have. But we will make them all work, and at the end they're gonna be so solid. I'm so impressed with this one. I'm so excited. Thank you for joining me. This tomorrow I will show you more. I'm just too tired to do more on camera. Have a good night. Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah, let me go back to that. Oh boy. Okay. You stupid thing. Okay. Yeah, I pinned it. I gotta go. I'm sorry. I'm so sleepy. Bye.